Tonight, we're heading into the forgotten corners of the world, the places built for science, abandoned to silence, and reclaimed by something else entirely. These aren't urban legends or campfire tales. These are real accounts from researchers, contractors, and explorers who stepped into derelict facilities and walked away with stories they still can't explain. Cut to flickering hallways, rusted equipment, empty bunks. From Arctic weather outposts buried in snowdrifts. My name is Dr. Carla Jensen, Senior Meteorologist for the Western Atmospheric Survey Division. On the morning of March 14th, I was instructed to perform a full site clearance at Station K9, an old storm tracking outpost that had been decommissioned 3 years prior after funding cuts and a mechanical fire. It was supposed to be a formality and inventory check, a final sweep, the kind of busy work they gave to someone like me who didn't complain about long drives into the middle of nowhere. The station sat on the edge of a salt flat outside Bishop, California. It was a pale rectangle of concrete and metal against a horizon so wide it made you feel tiny and temporary. The wind that came across the flats always sounded like it was searching for a door it shouldn't find. I unlocked the side entrance around 9:40 a.m. The metal door groaned like something was peeling itself awake. Inside, the building felt hollow. Every workstation had been stripped. No monitors. No cables. No personal effects. Even the wall clocks were gone, leaving sun-bleached squares where they used to hang. My boots echoed against the floor in a way that made me feel like I wasn't supposed to be there, like I'd interrupted the building in the middle of something. The air smelled faintly of dust and the ghost of burned wiring. I slid my clipboard out of my bag and started down the corridor, muttering notes under my breath the way I always do when there's nobody to impress. South wing clear, lab B empty, equipment room zeroed. Nothing unusual. Nothing interesting. Just silence. That changed when I reached the radio operations room. The door was already half open, nudged by the wind through a broken pane in the hallway window. I pushed it the rest of the way and immediately saw it, one of the old Vanguard transceivers sitting on the central desk. I froze. It shouldn't have been there. This station had been professionally cleared. All units removed. All frequencies logged. Everything cataloged before shutdown. But the transceiver sat there like someone had just stepped away from it, dustless, its black surface strangely clean compared to everything else in the room. I stepped closer, brushing my fingers over the dials out of habit. The casing was warm. That shouldn't have been possible either. With no power to the building, nothing should have retained heat. Not after 3 years. I leaned in, squinting at the analog display. The unit was set to channel 7, the frequency we used for emergency storm tracking in the early 2000s. Nobody broadcast on it anymore. The channel had been retired when the department upgraded to digital systems. I turned the main dial out of pure reflex. The radio hissed, crackled. And then a voice whispered through the static. A woman's voice. Soft. Breathless. Like her lips were nearly touching the microphone. 37.19, 118.304. Coordinates. I felt my spine tighten. She repeated them slowly, carefully, as if she knew someone was listening. As if she'd been waiting for an ear to catch the message. I dug my GPS out of my coat pocket and keyed in the coordinates. The receiver loaded for a second, then beeped with a result. I stared at the screen. The coordinates were for Station K9. Not just the station. The exact position of the operations room. More specifically, the exact spot where I was standing. I took one involuntary step back. The radio crackled again, like it was reacting to my movement. The woman whispered the coordinates a second time, slower now, dragging each number like she was struggling to speak through wind or water. There was a faint click in the background every time she reached the decimal, soft, rhythmic, like a metal chain swaying against a mast. I swallowed hard, leaning closer even though every instinct told me not to. "Who is this?" I asked before I could stop myself. "This channel is not in use. Identify yourself." The radio hissed. Something shifted deep in the static, like the cheap speaker was picking up a gust of wind that wasn't there. Then the woman whispered, "Carla." My body went cold so fast I swear I felt my pulse stall. She said my name perfectly. Exactly. She didn't stumble over it. Didn't pronounce it like she was guessing. She said it the way someone says a name they already know. My hand tightened around the desk until my knuckles ached. "This is an open frequency," I said, keeping my voice steady because fear becomes embarrassingly obvious when you're alone. "You need to identify yourself." Nothing. Just a hum. Then the faintest flutter, like fingers brushing a microphone. "Don't move." It wasn't said like a threat. It was said like a warning. A desperate one. A plea. My breath hitched. The morning had been normal. Annoying, even. A long drive, a dusty building, a checklist. Now I felt like the room had shrunk around me, pulling tight, pushing my heartbeat into my throat. The transceiver clicked softly, like someone else had just touched the tuning knob on the other end. "He's still there." The voice trembled on the last word. Not with fear, something worse. Something resigned. I forced myself to breathe. Deep. Slow. The room was empty. Obviously empty. The station had been abandoned for years. I was alone. But the woman whispered coordinates again. The same ones. My location down to the meter. The radio went silent as abruptly as someone pinching off a breath. The unit stayed warm under my palm. And just when I thought the transmission was over, the faintest shift in the air behind me made every hair on my neck stand up. As if someone was standing too close. I didn't turn around at first. I told myself the shift in the air was just a draft from the broken window in the hall, even though the window was too far away and the air in the operations room had been still the entire time. My fingers hovered over the radio like it was a lifeline. After maybe 5 seconds, I forced myself to pivot slowly. Nothing was there. Just the doorway, the corridor behind it, and the pale morning light leaking through dusk-glazed windows. But the feeling didn't go away. That sensation that someone has just stepped back a moment before you looked. The kind of instinct you get from too many hours alone on site visits, where your brain fills silence with shadows. I swallowed, wiped my palms on my coat, and exhaled carefully. "Okay," I muttered. "Okay, Carla. You're jumpy. That's all." But I kept glancing over my shoulder as I checked the radio again. The casing had cooled down. The faint hum was gone. Channel 7 slipped back into dead static like nothing had happened. Except it had happened. There was no way I hallucinated a full set of coordinates and someone whispering my name. And that last line. "He's still there." I didn't know who he was supposed to be, but my stomach tightened every time I replayed the words. The tone in her voice hadn't matched fear, not exactly. It was closer to futility. A kind of warning someone gives when they know you won't listen. I backed away from the transceiver and pulled out my clipboard, if only to force my thoughts into something familiar. Structure. Routine. Inventory. It didn't help much. My hands shook slightly every time I lifted a locker door or scribbled a line. By 10:30 a.m., I'd swept the remaining southern corridor. Everything was stripped. The place was as dead as the clearance reports claimed. But the operations room lingered in my mind like a splinter. I kept thinking about the coordinates, the warmth of the radio, the voice. Channel 7 wasn't supposed to receive anything. Especially not here. Especially not now. I found myself walking back toward the radio room before I even decided to. Like I needed to check it again. Like walking away from that voice had been a mistake. The hallway felt different this time. Quieter. The wind noise outside had dulled, as if the building were absorbing it. My footsteps didn't echo as sharply. The fluorescent tubes overhead hummed faintly, though none of them were powered. A trick of acoustics, I told myself. Old buildings do this. When I reached the door, I paused. My hand hovered over the frame. It wasn't fear. Not really. More like the hesitation you get before lifting a sheet in a hospital room when you're not sure whether you want to see what's underneath. I pushed the door open. The radio was on again. Not loudly, softly, like someone had turned the volume to the bare minimum. A thin thread of static hissed from the speaker. The display glowed a faint green. That wasn't possible. There was no generator running. The building was cut from the grid. I stepped inside. My throat tightened. Channel 7, I whispered, like naming it would make it less strange. I reached forward and touched the metal casing. Warm again. Warmer than before, like the unit had been awake for a while. And then the static shifted. Not into a voice this time. Into a tone. A long, steady hum that pulsed every few seconds. Almost too low for me to hear. I leaned in closer. The air behind me moved. Not like a breeze. More like displacement, like someone walking past you in a narrow hallway, their movement nudging the air enough to feel it on your skin. I spun around instantly. Nobody. But the hallway that had been full of dusty sunlight a moment earlier now looked dimmer. The light hadn't changed. It was the contrast. Like something unseen was standing in front of the doorway, blocking part of the ambient brightness. I took a step back. My boot scuffed the floor harder than I intended. The hum on the radio shifted pitch, rising into a sharper tone like feedback. Then the woman's voice breathed through the static so quietly I almost missed it. You came back. I jerked my head toward the radio. What do you want? My voice cracked more than I'd like to admit. Who are you? Static. A long one. A full breath. Then. Shouldn't be here. Her whisper seemed thinner now, stretched across distance or interference. But the urgency was clear. Desperate. I reached for the dial, not sure what I thought I could do. If you need help, tell me your location. Tell me your identity. Something clattered in the hallway. It was soft like metal tapping concrete. A single sound. Then another. Slow. Deliberate. My chest tightened. The sound came from around the bend in the hall. The part of the building I hadn't checked yet. Tap. Pause. Tap. Like someone with a metal object on their boot was walking one step at a time. My fingers dug into the edge of the desk. The woman whispered again, her voice tighter now, almost pained. Don't let him see you. My heart slammed against my ribs. The tapping grew closer. Not hurried. Not careful. Measured. Whoever or whatever made that sound wasn't trying to hide. They wanted me to hear it. The corridor outside the operations room dimmed another fraction, as if something tall were passing in front of the windows. I reached toward the doorframe on reflex, ready to slam it shut, but the tapping stopped abruptly. Silence. Then the radio crackled, louder than before, the voice trembling. "He's right outside." I stiffened. I didn't dare turn toward the doorway. Not yet. Not with the air so still and cold around my ankles, like someone was blocking the heat of the sun from slipping in through the hall. "Carla." The whisper on the radio stretched thin and broken. "Don't breathe." I froze so completely that my lungs burned within seconds. The air in the operations room felt suddenly dense, like the oxygen had thickened. The doorway behind me was silent. Too silent. The kind of silence where your brain starts filling in sounds that aren't real, because it expects something, anything, to move. The woman on the radio didn't speak again. Just that last whispered warning that clung to my skull like frost. "Don't breathe." I clamped a hand over my mouth to keep from gasping, because the urge to inhale deep and sharp was becoming unbearable. My pulse hammered so loudly in my ears I couldn't hear the static anymore. Slowly, painfully slowly, I shifted my eyes toward the doorway without turning my head. At first, I didn't see anything. Then my vision adjusted. There was a shape in the hall. Not a person. Not exactly. More like an absence of light. A tall, narrow silhouette standing just out of view where the corridor turned. The presence wasn't moving, but I could feel the shift in the air, like the room was reacting around it. My lungs convulsed, forcing a thin trickle of air between my fingers. The radio crackled sharply, like it heard me. The silhouette moved. Just enough. Just an inch. But it was movement. I squeezed my hand tighter around my mouth and pressed my back against the wall, sliding sideways until my shoulder met the edge of the door frame. The radio let out a thin, piercing note, a tone so high it felt like it was drilling into the base of my skull. The silhouette took one slow step closer. Tap. That soft metallic click echoed down the hall like someone tapping a boot against tile. I held my breath so long that spots danced across my vision, fluttering like fireflies trapped behind my eyelids. The radio crackled again, and the woman's voice pushed through the static, struggling, strained, like she was speaking from underground. "He hears breath, not sound." I didn't understand what that meant. My brain couldn't piece it together. But the silhouette paused mid-step, head tilted, or at least, the absence of light where a head should be tilted, in my direction. My ribs spasmed violently. My chest screamed for air. I couldn't hold my breath any longer. I turned my body just enough so my lips were close to the sleeve of my coat, and I breathed into the fabric, muffling the sound as much as I could. A tiny exhale. Barely audible. But enough. The silhouette's head snapped toward the doorway. The motion was fast, too fast. A single glide, like something sliding rather than stepping. The hallway dimmed another shade. I pushed myself back from the doorframe, heart trying its best to break free from my chest. My eyes scanned the room for anything that resembled a barrier. The operations room had no lock. No latch. Just a single metal chair, overturned in the corner. I grabbed it with both hands, trying not to make noise, and moved it toward the door, but halfway there I felt the temperature drop sharply. My breath fogged in front of me, that thin gray swirl you only get in sub-zero conditions. But the day outside was warm. I stood perfectly still. The fog of my breath faded. In the reflection of the blank wall console, I saw movement behind me. A shadow passed over the doorway. Not behind it. Through it. The silhouette glided sideways across the frame, just long enough for me to see the edge of something that looked like a shoulder, too thin, too straight, and then it disappeared into the room opposite the hallway. A soft tap echoed inside that other room. Tap. Pause. Tap. My knees nearly buckled. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't wandering. It was searching, detecting, listening. I needed to move before it doubled back. I lowered the chair to the floor silently and leaned toward the far corner of the operations room where a maintenance hatch sat slightly ajar. It led to the basement crawlspace, an ugly, cramped tunnel under the building where old power lines and plumbing ran. The hatch was half hidden behind a bank of old filing cabinets. I crouched, slipped my fingers under the edge of the hatch cover, and lifted. It made a soft metallic whisper. I froze. Silence. Then, tap. Closer now. Coming back down the hall. My breath almost escaped me in a soft sob, but I clenched my jaw hard enough to hurt and forced the sound down. I slid into the crawl space and eased the hatch closed above me, leaving it cracked just enough to keep the hinges from squealing. Darkness wrapped around me instantly. Thick, stale, cold. I adjusted my body, crawling backward into the narrow space. The concrete scraped my shoulders. Dust filled my nostrils. I breathed shallowly through my sleeve. Above me, the hallway went silent. Then the softest sound drifted through the building. Not tapping this time. Breathing. Not mine. Slow, heavy breaths, long inhales, shuddering exhales, like someone trying to smell the air. Each inhale scraped against the walls like sandpaper. I pressed myself lower into the crawl space, cheek against the cold ground. Then something tapped directly above the hatch. Once. Then again. A slow, experimental drag of metal across metal followed, like a nail or the end of a tool tracing the hinge line. It stopped. The breathing shifted position. And then, softly, barely audible through the floorboards. Carla. The woman's voice. Not from the radio. From the hall. Right above me. Every muscle in my body locked up at once. She whispered again, closer, breath brushing something near the hatch. Don't let him hear you leave. I stared up toward the crack of dying light above me, heart slamming like a hammer. Then the footsteps returned, moving away, down the corridor, slow and measured. Giving me seconds. Only seconds. My hands moved on instinct. I turned onto my stomach, crawled deeper into the darkness, following the old service line toward the rear exit panel I hoped still existed. Behind me, as if sensing motion, a tap echoed faintly. Another. Faster. Coming back. I didn't breathe as the crawl space narrowed and the cold air rushed behind me, like something was sliding in after me. The last thing I heard before I reached the end of the tunnel. A whisper, right against the floor grate. He sees movement now. I pushed the grate open, sunlight hit my face, and I crawled out into the sharp desert air as fast as my arms would move. When I staggered upright, gasping, I looked back at the building. Nothing came out. But the door to the station eased shut on its own. And from inside, distant and broken, Channel 7 crackled back to life, whispering coordinates. My coordinates. Exactly where I was standing. My name is Owen Mercer, and I work as a structural engineer specializing in post-abandonment facility assessments for state and federal agencies. On the morning of October 11th, I was assigned to evaluate an old biochemical research lab tucked into the outskirts of the Capitol State Forest in Washington. Most people don't even know the building exists. It's not on any public map, and the only reason I was sent out there was because a fire crew doing seasonal brush clearing noticed the roofline sagging. They reported standing water inside the lower level, possible structural compromise, and a heavy chemical odor drifting from the ventilation grates. By noon that same day, I was standing in front of the place with nothing but a tablet, a laser scanner, and authorization to determine if the building needed demolition or reinforced ceiling. The lab looked like it hadn't been touched in 20 years. Moss carpeted the cinder block walls. Ivy forced its way through gaps in the metal siding. The parking lot was cracked, overgrown, and half swallowed by alder saplings. The front door hung crooked, and the security keypad next to it was sun-bleached beyond recognition. Nothing about the place felt dangerous in the horror movie sense, just forgotten, stale, and damp. Really damp. Even from outside, I could smell the stagnant water trapped somewhere inside the structure. I pushed the door open, and the hinges gave this long, wet groan that made dust fall from the frame like ash. The air inside was dense and sour, heavy with the scent of rot, not biological rot, more like mildew soaked into old insulation. The lobby was dark but intact. Ceiling tiles bowed under years of moisture. 3 file cabinets rusted into place against one wall. Someone's abandoned rubber boot sat near the doorway with moss growing out of it. I took a photo, logged the moisture index, then swept the laser scanner across the room. The device chirped, returning a structural overlay on my tablet. No major collapse imminent. I moved deeper into the building, passing through a corridor lined with labs stripped bare, just empty shelving, overturned stools, and peeling hazard labels. The kind of place where people once rushed around in lab coats, scribbling data, while centrifuges hummed and extraction hoods roared. Now it was silent except for the drip of water somewhere far below me. That's when I noticed the floor incline. The corridor dipped downward slightly, maybe 2 degrees. Enough for water to pool. At the end of the hall, a metal stairwell descended into the basement level. I didn't need my scanner to know that's where the standing water was. The smell intensified along the stairwell railings, stagnant, metallic, and tinged with something like rust mixed with old bleach. I switched on my headlamp and carefully stepped down. My boots splashed on the last step before I even reached the landing. The basement was flooded up to mid-shin in some places. The water was dark and still, except for slow ripples that rolled outward whenever something dripped from the ceiling above. I scanned the corridor, and the tablet illuminated a digital grid of the space. The waterline was mapped, the wall density logged. Everything looked stable. Messy, but stable. Except my scanner caught something odd just past a submerged door halfway down the hallway. At first I thought it was a calibration glitch. The display pricked out a shape behind the door. Elongated. Vertical. A distortion that indicated movement. Something tall, shifting slightly, like a person standing behind the door but stretched out. I tilted the scanner away and tried again. This time the reading vanished. Just concrete and rusted pipework. I chalked it up to poor sensor reflection from the water. It happens sometimes, long wavelengths bouncing at weird angles. Still, my pulse sped up a touch. The basement felt colder now, and the air carried a faint vibration, something you don't hear so much as feel along your jaw. A very low-frequency hum. Not mechanical. More like resonance, as if the water itself held onto sound. I kept moving. The submerged door in question was labeled Biocontainment Storage B2. The yellow paint had bubbled and peeled, but the letters were still readable. The metal frame was warped. Something must have pushed against it for years because the bottom edge was bent outward by half an inch. I kneeled and swept my flashlight under the waterline. I couldn't see much beyond the murky dark, but the shape of the frame clearly indicated pressure had come from the inside. I tried the handle. Locked. Or rusted shut. Either was possible. I logged it as inaccessible and kept walking, though my attention kept drifting back to it. My scanner hadn't glitched anywhere else. And the movement it detected, it wasn't random static. It had the consistency of a shape. A vertical one. A little further down, where the water reached almost to my knees, I found an equipment room with its door hanging open. Inside, metal shelves bent under the weight of soaked cardboard boxes. Chemical containers floated here and there, their labels long dissolved. I waded through, careful not to touch anything. The last thing I needed was contact with whatever had been stored down here. Near the back wall, I found a junction box with several tripped breakers. I photographed everything, documenting the corrosion lines creeping up the walls. The water had clearly been sitting here for years. Then something tapped the water behind me. Not a trip. A tap. Like a finger touching the surface. I spun around, nearly slipping on the slick floor. My beam cut across the corridor outside the room. Nothing moved. No ripples except the ones I'd made turning around. I held my breath and listened. The building was silent. Still, the sound had been real. I took one step forward, then froze. There was a faint ripple gliding toward the submerged biocontainment door. Not from me. Not from any trip. Something had moved under the water. And whatever it was heading straight toward the door I had just walked past. The ripple didn't break the surface again, but the hallway water shifted in a way that didn't match any airflow or vibration from the structure. I've worked in flooded basements before, collapsed hospitals, chemical storage units, even abandoned mill tunnels, and water always has a rhythm to it. A pattern. This one didn't. It moved with intention. A gliding, drawn-out distortion that pulled across the corridor and then disappeared completely as though whatever caused it had stopped moving the moment I noticed. I stood still for a good 20 seconds, forcing myself to listen carefully. The only sound was the faint sloshing of my own breathing catching the edges of my headlamp straps. My pulse felt louder than anything else. The smell of standing water and corrosion seemed thicker now, like the humidity itself had weight. I checked my scanner again, angling the sensor toward the submerged biocontainment door. The display flickered, recalibrated, then returned a clean, empty reading. Just reinforced concrete behind the door. No anomalies. No movement. Nothing vertical or elongated. I didn't trust it. Not after what it showed earlier. Still, I needed to finish the assessment. The state wanted a clear recommendation by the end of the day, and even though every nerve in my body told me to get the hell back upstairs, I forced myself to keep moving deeper into the basement. The next room was a document archive based on the metal placard barely hanging on the wall. Inside, the shelves leaned together like old skeletons, their supports rusted out. Water had floated the paper boxes long ago, the mushy remains were plastered across the walls in swollen pulp. As I stepped inside, the floor dipped down to thigh-height water. Cold. Much colder than the hallway. I hissed under my breath as the temperature shocked my legs. It wasn't snowmelt cold, not Washington Forest Creek cold, this was unnatural. The kind of cold that feels refrigerated. My flashlight caught a pale cloud suspended under the surface. When I leaned down, I realized it wasn't a cloud, it was dissolved paper, mixing with something oily. A sheen spread across the water, rainbow-colored, but dull, matte, like old petroleum reacting with mold. The smell coming off it wasn't chemical exactly. More like wet metal. Blood has that scent iron-rich. Something about it triggered a prickle at the base of my neck. I backed out slowly. Nothing in that room was worth stepping through more of that. When I returned to the hallway, the water surface was completely motionless again. Too motionless. When a space is this saturated, you always hear drips. But now the ceiling didn't shed a single drop. The air seemed to tighten around me. Silence compressed everything. Then I remembered the ripple moving toward the submerged door. I started walking back that way, careful and slow. Each step made a hollow slosh that echoed down the hall like the whole basement was a thin metal tank. My headlamp beam jittered across the water, across the walls, across the warped door frame. The biocontainment door looked the same, still swollen at the bottom, still bowed outward slightly. But something about it felt changed, as if the air around it was colder. I raised the scanner again. For a moment the display showed nothing out of the ordinary. Just the shape of the door, the wall density, the shallow space behind it. Then it blinked. Not a glitch, not static. A silhouette appeared. Very tall. Easily 7 feet. Long, narrow body. Motionless. I jerked the scanner upward instinctively, heart hammering. The moment I moved even slightly, the silhouette vanished. The screen returned to normal. I lowered it again. Nothing. The device wasn't broken, I knew that. It was designed for structural surfaces, not biological shapes. But occasionally, when something warm or moving disrupts the signal, you get distorted modeling. Except the basement was freezing, and the scanner shouldn't pick up anything organic unless it displaced the environment in some measurable way. I knew I needed to leave that door alone. Every professional instinct screamed it. But another part of me, the stubborn, methodical part that's gotten me through some truly awful structural inspections, pushed me to collect one more data point. Just enough to submit a solid case for demolition closure. I stepped closer, water rippling slowly around my legs. The hum returned. That same low-frequency vibration I felt earlier, crawling along my jawline. It resonated through the water, tickling my legs like a buried engine turning over. But there was no machinery here. The breaker panels were dead. The backup generator upstairs was dry-bolted shut. Nothing could be running. I placed my gloved hand on the latch of the submerged door, not to open it, just to feel the temperature difference. The metal was warm. Not slightly warm. Not body warm. Radiant warm, like a pipe carrying steam behind it. I pulled my hand away immediately. The water around the base of the door trembled. The smallest vibration, barely noticeable, circling outward in tiny rings. Something tapped my boot. I looked down so fast I nearly fell. The water was dark, opaque. I couldn't see the floor tiles. But something had touched the rubber of my boot. A pressure from underneath. Slow. Testing. I stepped back, breath tight, hands trembling. My heartbeat was loud enough to drown out the silent basement. The water settled. Then it moved again, but not near me. A ripple formed at the far end of the hall. Wide. A long, smooth curve cutting across the surface. Moving toward the biocontainment door again. My mind tried to rationalize it. A settling foundation. A pressure imbalance. A displaced pocket of air. Anything that made sense. But the ripple kept moving in a straight path, then vanished halfway across the hallway as if whatever caused it had dipped down deeper. The air temperature dropped another degree. My breath didn't fog, but the cold pushed into my chest in a way that felt wrong. I was done. I needed to finish the perimeter check and get upstairs. I could log the lower level as unsafe for further access. No one would challenge it, not with this level of flooding and corrosion. I turned to leave the basement corridor. A sound echoed behind me. Not a ripple. Not a trip. A slow, heavy shift of water. Like something rising. I didn't turn around. Not yet. I stood frozen, my back facing the biocontainment door, listening to the sound of water shifting behind me. It wasn't fast or aggressive. It wasn't splashing. It was deliberate, slow displacement, like something large was adjusting its weight beneath the surface. I forced myself to turn, inch by inch, my boots barely making a sound as I pivoted in the murky water. The hallway looked exactly the same at first glance. Still dim. Still flooded. Still miserable. But the door, the submerged biocontainment door, was moving. Not swinging open. Not bending further. Just trembling in its warped frame, vibrating with tiny, irregular pulses as if something on the other side was exhaling. The bottom edge lifted a fraction of an inch, then settled. The water around it ticked outward in ripples. My throat tightened. I didn't breathe. Then the scanner strapped to my harness chirped. High-pitched. Rapid. A proximity alert I'd never heard before. The device had automatically switched to surface displacement mode, the setting it uses for unstable structures. But it wasn't aimed at the ceiling or the walls. It was aimed directly at the door. A shape flickered on its display. Tall. Vertical. Motionless. I swallowed and stepped backward, the water pulling around my shins as if reluctant to let me go. My boots made faint sucking sounds with each move. I raised the flashlight without meaning to. I wasn't sure what I expected to see: an animal, a warped pipe, debris, but I didn't want to leave the basement without knowing what I was dealing with. Not really. If something organic was behind that door, that had implications far beyond a simple demolition recommendation. I edged closer, just enough to get a clearer angle. The door suddenly jerked. Only an inch. Maybe 2. But the force behind it was undeniable. My whole body reacted, my shoulders tightened, my pulse smashed into my ears, my fingers clenched around the scanner so hard my joints screamed. The water splashed outward in a shallow wave. Something had pushed from inside. I backed away fast. The scanner chirped again. The silhouette on the display stretched taller, like a distorted figure leaning toward the door. The device flickered. Glitched. Then shut itself off from overload. I didn't wait for anything else. I turned and started moving down the hall as quickly as the water allowed. Each step felt like wading through concrete. The cold tightened around my legs, slowing me, draining every ounce of warmth I had. The stairwell was maybe 20 feet away. Not far. Not far at all. But the hallway seemed longer now, the shadows reaching, stretching, compressing space in a way my brain fought to rationalize. Halfway to the stairs, the water behind me shifted again. This time, it wasn't slow. It rushed forward in a smooth, forceful surge as if something massive had moved through it. Not toward me, but toward open space. The push of water rolled up the walls, slapping against metal and concrete. I stumbled but kept going, my breath breaking into short, frantic bursts. The stairwell was only a few more steps. Then something touched my boot again. Not a tap. Not gentle curiosity. A grip. A firm, upward pull. My leg jerked downward, my knee slamming into the water. I gasped, grabbing the wall with my free hand to stop myself from falling completely. I kicked hard, twisting my foot, feeling the rubber of the boot drag against something solid beneath the surface. And then it let go. I scrambled upright, nearly slipping again, and bolted for the stairs. The water churned behind me. A loud crack echoed down the hall, metal tearing, hinges straining. The biocontainment door had given way. Only partially, but enough for the frame to snap under the pressure. I grabbed the stair railing and pulled myself up onto the first step. The waterlogged smell of the basement clung to me like a second skin. I didn't look back. Couldn't. Every nerve in my body demanded I get above ground. I climbed the stairs faster than was safe, my boots slapping metal, echoing through the empty building. When I reached the ground floor, I slammed the stairwell door shut. The sound of the metal hitting its frame echoed across the dark hallway. I checked the latch, still functioning, thank God, and backed away, breathing hard, wiping moisture and panic from my eyes. The building was silent again. Too silent. I didn't pack up my gear. I didn't double-check the lobby. I didn't finish logging photos. I moved straight toward the exit, walking fast, then running the last few steps. When I burst through the front door into the cold forest air, I felt my lungs tighten with relief. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck. Once inside, I locked the doors out of instinct. My hand shook so badly I dropped the keys twice before I finally jammed them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I backed out of the overgrown lot so fast the bumper clipped a sapling. Gravel spat out from under my tires. Only when the lab was out of sight did I allow myself to breathe properly. The woods around me looked normal, wet, green, still. But my thoughts felt scrambled, overlapping, refusing to settle. Because what I saw wasn't imagination. And what I felt definitely wasn't a structural anomaly. I pulled onto the main service road and kept driving until I reached cell signal. When my phone connected, I called my agency contact immediately. My voice shook as I explained the situation. Not the details, just what mattered. The basement was unsafe. Structurally compromised. Potentially hazardous. Required sealing. No one should enter until a full hazmat team evaluated the facility. They didn't question me. Not after hearing the strain in my voice. The lab was scheduled for an emergency lockdown by 5 p.m. I should have felt better. I didn't. That night, long after I submitted my official report, my scanner, powered off and packed away in the back of my truck, chirped once. A single proximity alert. At a frequency reserved for something standing extremely close. When I checked the device, the display was blank. But the memory log held one last frame. A vertical silhouette. Very tall. Directly behind where I had been standing when I climbed the stairs. I deleted it without thinking. But I haven't stopped seeing that shape in my mind since. And ever since that day, I swear the basement water follows me in my dreams, always rising, always reaching, always carrying something long and upright beneath the surface, waiting for me to notice it again. My name is Dr. Ivy Caldwell, Cryogenics Research Specialist with the Boreal Climate Preservation Initiative. I was deployed to assess long-term freezer drift at an abandoned Arctic research station known as Station Helios 3, a facility that had been left dormant for nearly 7 years. My assignment was straightforward on paper: evaluate structural integrity, confirm that all cryogenic chambers were inactive, and retrieve any remaining raw temperature logs. What I did not anticipate was how quickly the environment inside would contradict every line of the report I had been handed back at headquarters. The outside temperature hovered around -18 degrees Celsius when I arrived by shuttle transport, a typical figure for late winter at that latitude. Inside, however, the ambient temperature measured -2 degrees Celsius on my portable meter, higher than expected, surprisingly stable, and borderline comfortable with thermal gear on. The station looked exactly like old maintenance photos: frost-scuffed door frames, empty bunks, half-collapsed supply crates, panels with cracked touch screens. Nothing moved. Nothing hummed. Nothing powered. That much aligned with the official status. But the cryogenic bay did not. Even before I reached it, the corridor feeding into the bay felt tighter, as if the air itself sharpened around my face. Cold has a certain density when you work with it long enough, an unmistakable needlepoint prickle that pushes into the skin rather than simply resting on it. My breath fogged with each exhale, but the vapor drifted horizontally, pulled slowly toward the sealed bay door like it was being drawn into a vacuum. I rechecked the meter, minus 13 degrees Celsius outside the door. That alone was strange. Nothing in the building had been operational for years. Without active systems, the bay should have equalized with the rest of the station, or at worst hovered a few degrees lower. But the numbers continued to drop as I lifted the protective latch, minus 17 degrees Celsius, then minus 21 degrees Celsius. When I finally cracked the mechanical seal, a layer of frost flaked off the frame and drifted across my gloves like powdered glass. The bay door resisted as though it were being held from inside by pressure, not force. I leaned my shoulder into it, braced a boot, and pushed. It opened with a soft metallic groan, releasing a dense plume of air that wrapped around my face mask and stung the tip of my nose. The interior temperature registered minus 30 degrees Celsius exactly. A perfect, unnatural constant. The station logs had shown that the cryogenic chamber systems had been permanently shut down after a coolant line rupture. Under proper shutdown, temperature should have risen slowly, yes, but inevitably over the span of years. Yet the bay looked like it had been frozen by some deliberate design. Ice coated nearly every surface in smooth contoured layers, as if the room had been sculpted by wind instead of entropy. I moved my beam across the walls, scanning for signs of an active coolant system hidden behind paneling, but there were no power indicators, no working conduits, no vibration beneath the metal that would suggest circulation. That was when I noticed the window. A small glass observation pane sat on the far side of the chamber. It had been frosted over completely, opaque from the interior. But there was an irregular shape embedded in it, just dark enough to interrupt the whiteness. I approached slowly, careful not to disturb any surrounding structures. Cryogenic surfaces can become fragile enough to fracture under slight pressure, and the entire bay looked like it could splinter if someone spoke too loudly. When I reached the window, I leaned in and felt my stomach pull into a tight knot. Someone had scraped words into the frost. Not on the outside. On the inside of the sealed observation pane. 4 clean strokes. A short message. Letters etched in deliberate, controlled lines, the kind made by a human finger pressing against ice until the nail bends backward slightly. Let me out. For several long seconds, all I heard was my own breath pumping through the insulated mask. My first instinct was contamination. Perhaps a previous team had staged a prank, carving the message for dramatic effect before the station was abandoned. But that theory collapsed instantly. The room had been in negative temperatures so severe that condensation never melted. For someone to carve the message, they would have needed access to the bay after the coolant shut down 7 years ago. But according to the closure reports, the bay had been sealed immediately after the rupture, inspected once, and never reopened. My gloves had left no marks on the frost as I approached. Yet the writing looked fresh. I checked the door again, suddenly aware of how quiet the rest of the station had become, like the entire facility was holding its breath in anticipation of what I'd do next. A distant metal pop echoed somewhere behind me, thermal contraction most likely, but it traveled down the hall in a strangely pacing rhythm, as though following my presence. I forced myself to continue the inspection. I documented the window, the writing, the exact temperature, the thickness of frost buildup. My movements were slow, measured, almost ceremonial. I didn't want to disturb anything, not the ice, not the air, not even the silence. There was something about the room that felt preserved intentionally, like a tomb left closed for a reason. When I circled around the chamber, my beam passed over something that made my throat tighten. A second window, smaller, embedded near floor level. Another message was carved there. This isn't a joke. The handwriting matched the first message. Same pressure. Same width of each stroke. Same pacing of movement across the frost. But this one had a deeper indentation, as if whoever wrote it had applied far more force. 2 messages. Both from inside. Both in a sealed chamber with no power, no entry, no documented use since the shutdown. I crouched slowly, breath trembling, and took a closer look at the second pane. Behind it, the darkness seemed thicker than the rest of the room. My helmet light couldn't penetrate beyond a few centimeters. It was as if the glass itself swallowed illumination. Then, from somewhere deep in that darkness, something tapped back. Just once. A single, soft, deliberate knock. Not the building. Not the ice cracking. Something inside. A cold spike ran straight down my spine. My hands froze mid-movement. The frost on the pane vibrated faintly, just enough to shift a few white crystals downward in a lazy drift. I rose slowly, every instinct screaming for me to leave the chamber, to reseal the door, to report the anomaly and wait for backup. But a strange mix of dread and obligation kept me steady. I documented everything, step by step, until my fingers started to numb inside my insulated gloves. The knock did not repeat, but the silence after it felt heavier than sound. When I finally turned back toward the exit, my beam passed once more across the first message. And for a split second, just long enough to make me question my sanity, I thought the letters looked different. Sharper. As if someone had traced over them again while my back had been turned. I left the cryogenic bay and sealed the door behind me. The meter still read -30 degrees Celsius even through the metal. And I had only begun the inspection. The door seal clamped shut with a muted metallic click, one that sounded far too soft for something designed to keep a cryogenic chamber contained. My hands lingered on the handle longer than necessary. I didn't trust my grip, or my instincts, or even my own senses after what I'd just seen. The corridor behind me seemed warmer, relatively speaking, but the shift only made the cold radiating from the bay feel more unnatural, like it wasn't dropping from machinery but leaking from something that shouldn't have been cold at all. I stepped back slowly, listening for any sign that the knock might repeat from the other side. Nothing. Just the soft, low groan of metal settling, the kind you get in old facilities where the temperature differences stretch everything until it complains. But this wasn't random. The knock had been intentional, centered, controlled, and almost polite. Like someone trying to be heard without alarming me too much. I pulled out my recorder and tried to speak, but the words stuck for a few seconds. The air tasted metallic. It's strange, I'd been in cryolabs my entire adult life, surrounded by cold chambers and frozen specimens, and I'd never once felt physically threatened by low temperature. Cold was a condition. Now it felt like a presence. Documenting preliminary anomalies, I finally managed, my own voice sounding thin in my ears. Temperature disparity persists. Sealed chamber exhibited signs of interior activity. The word activity trembled as it left my mouth. I backed away until my shoulder brushed the corridor wall. I didn't like how the frost on the bay door clung to the metal, looking almost wet. Like the cold had adhered itself to the structure rather than formed on it. I paced down the hallway, careful to move quietly, even though I knew that habit made no rational sense. The station was supposed to be empty. But the deeper I went, the less empty it felt. The corridors were silent in the wrong way, too still, too expectant, like the walls were straining forward to hear each footstep. I forced myself to continue the mission. Each station had a master log terminal near the central junction, and Helios 3 was no exception. If power systems were offline, I could still check manual printouts. Maybe someone had left a note or an inspection diary explaining why the cryogenic bay had remained sealed at a sub-zero temperature. I didn't expect anything supernatural. I wasn't jumping to conclusions. There had to be a failed coolant clamp or a ruptured tank buried under the paneling, slowly releasing stored refrigerant. Something physical. Something mechanical. The junction room door was stiff but opened without protest. I swept my flashlight around and found stacks of binders, most of them warped by moisture. A few were still intact. The air inside was milder, almost comfortable, and I took a moment to breathe deeply, letting the icicle-sharp air from the bay corridor purge itself from my lungs. The first binder I opened contained temperature logs from the year before the shutdown. Routine. Uneventful. The cryogenic bay had been maintained at minus 196 degrees Celsius during operation, then allowed to warm during controlled suspension before final shutdown. That warming cycle had been logged clearly and carefully, until the final entry. It stopped at minus 30 degrees Celsius. The same temperature I just measured. I frowned and flipped further. No follow-up logs. No confirmation that the chamber had ever reached ambient temperature. No explanation. It was as if the last technician simply stopped writing mid-checklist and never recorded another value. I checked the timestamp. The date was correct. The signature, if you could call it that, was a scribbled abbreviation I didn't recognize, HM. I pulled out another binder. This one held system diagnostics. I skimmed several pages, flipping through lines of coolant pressure testing and structural integrity reports. Then, halfway down a page, something snagged my attention. In a messy margin, in faint pencil, someone had written 4 words. Do not open again. No signature. No initials. Just that quiet warning, squeezed into a corner like someone didn't want others to notice it unless they were looking very closely. A chill prickled my back. I checked the date of the notes page. It was logged after the coolant rupture inspection, meaning someone had been in the cryogenic bay after the shutdown, directly contradicting the closure report. I turned the page. More diagnostics. More calculations. Nothing unusual until another faint mark near the bottom. Someone had drawn a small rectangle. A window. And inside it, written as lightly as frost. Let me out. The handwriting wasn't a perfect match for the frost on the actual window. This was hurried, smaller, cramped. More like someone scribbling what they'd seen, not recreating it. My heartbeat ticked hard against my throat. I closed the binder and forced myself to slow my breathing. The air felt thicker again, as if the temperature dropped a degree or two, though my meter stayed steady at minus 2 degrees Celsius. I scanned the room once more. That was when I saw the emergency communication panel near the far wall, half buried under unused equipment crates. I didn't expect it to work, not without power, but protocol meant I had to check. I knelt, scraped off frost, and flipped open the panel cover. A soft green light blinked. Not red. Not dead. Green. Active. That was impossible. The station had been fully powered down. Even residual circuits wouldn't stay live for 7 years without maintenance. I tapped the interface. Static crackled faintly from a recessed speaker. Then a tone chirped one I recognized instantly. Inbound message ping. But from where? The panel sputtered, flashed, and then displayed a single text line across the small cracked screen. Are you alone? I stared at it, unwilling to blink. The cursor pulsed. I reached for the manual input pad, but before I could touch it, another line appeared. Don't leave the bay unsealed. My stomach knotted so sharply I almost doubled over. A third line surfaced, slow, deliberate. It moves when you turn around. I stepped back so fast I hit a crate behind me. My flashlight beam jittered across the wall, across the floor, across the doorway I'd come through moments before. The corridor was empty. Silent. Still. But the cold was creeping back. Not in the usual way, not drifting, not settling. It was pouring down the hall like a slow spill. Something was approaching from the direction of the cryogenic bay. And I realized, with a tight, suffocating certainty, that I had left the door sealed. But I had not locked it. The cold advancing down the corridor didn't behave like temperature. It moved with intention, like a slow exhale slipping along the floor and rising in thin threads toward the ceiling. The beam of my flashlight cut through it, showing faint dust particles tumbling in the air, except dust doesn't flow upward in currents like that unless something is displacing the air behind it. Something was coming down the hall. I forced myself into motion before fear could glue me in place. I crossed the junction room in quick, controlled steps and closed the door quietly, easing it shut until the latch clicked into place. The temperature inside stabilized again, back to that unnatural, almost comfortable -2 degrees Celsius, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the cold in the hallway hadn't just been a draft. It had been following me. I pressed my ear to the door. At first, nothing. Then a faint, brittle sound like frost cracking under pressure. A soft scrape followed, dragging slowly along the corridor floor. Something was brushing against the ice. For the first time in years, I felt genuine physical fear. Not the abstract kind you get when an experiment goes sideways, or when you handle a breached coolant line. This fear had teeth. It rooted into the base of my spine and climbed up. I steadied my breathing and checked the room for another exit. Nothing but the ventilation hatch, too small, and a supply cabinet that might hide me but offered no escape. The emergency comm panel blinked silently from the corner. I almost didn't want to look at it again. But I did. A new line had appeared on the cracked screen, faint but unmistakable. It knows you opened the door. My pulse hammered so hard my vision flickered around the edges. I reached for the input pad with a trembling hand. Typing through insulated gloves was slow, clumsy, but I managed one word. What? The panel paused longer than it had before. Static hummed inside the casing, like someone breathing too close to a microphone. Then, don't let it see you. The scraping sound outside the door grew louder. It wasn't footsteps, or claws, or anything rhythmic. It was the sound of something sliding, pressing its weight against the ground, as if pulling itself along using the ice as leverage. A slow shift. A pause. A heavier shift. The corridor amplified each movement, turning the sound into a physical pressure behind my ribs. The door handle twitched. Just once. A gentle test. I staggered backward instinctively, heart punching my ribs. I checked the latch. Locked. Thank God. Locked. The handle twitched again, this time more confidently, as though whatever was outside had recognized the mechanism. The lights in the room dimmed. Not because power failed, they weren't on to begin with. It was the daylight seeping through the frost-covered skylight above. Something passed in front of it, just for a moment. A shape. Too tall. Much too tall to be a person. I dropped to a crouch behind a stack of equipment crates, pulling the hood of my thermal jacket tighter to muffle my breathing. The scraping returned, this time rising, shifting upward against the door. Something was testing the vertical frame. I kept waiting for the metal to buckle, for the frost to crack, for the sound of a hinge shearing. But after several long seconds, the noises stopped completely. Silence. Cold. Stillness so complete it roared in my ears. I stayed crouched for what felt like minutes, listening for any hint of movement. When I finally dared to stand, my knees almost gave way. I moved toward the emergency panel again, needing something, anything, to anchor myself to. The screen had changed. You should not be here. I typed again with shaking hands. What is it? The reply came instantly. "We don't know." Then another line. "We sealed the bay to buy time." My throat tightened. For what? A pause. Long. Too long. Then, for someone to come and finish what we couldn't. I stared until my eyes burned. The meaning hit like a blow. This wasn't a warning. It was an assignment. Before I could type again, a deep crack split the silence behind me. Not from the door. From the ventilation grate near the ceiling. I spun just in time to see frost around the metal frame shift and buckle. Something pressed from inside the duct, the sheet thin ice fracturing like glass under a fingertip. I stumbled back. My flashlight beam shook wildly across the walls. The grate bulged, metal bending inward as something heavy shifted on the other side, pushing deliberately, testing the structure. It wasn't trapped in the cryogenic bay anymore. It had found another route. The grate began to bend outward. I grabbed the nearest object I could find, a stainless steel sampling case, and hurled it at the ventilation grill with all my strength. It struck with a sharp clang, enough to momentarily jar the metal back into place. The frost trembled. The movement behind it paused. It wasn't gone, just startled. I turned, scanning the room for anything I could use as a barrier. My gaze locked onto the manual lock bar hanging on the wall, an old override used to secure inner doors when automated systems failed. I grabbed it and sprinted to the main door. The scraping in the duct resumed, quicker now, urgent, as though whatever was inside had realized its chance was slipping. My breath condensed in frantic clouds. I slammed the lock bar across the door's frame and secured the clamps just as the ventilation grate behind me snapped outward with a violent metallic shriek. I didn't look. I ran. I shoved through the door into the corridor and slammed it shut behind me. The lock bar held. For the moment. My meter blinked a new reading. -18 degrees Celsius. -22 degrees Celsius. -25 degrees Celsius. Dropping fast. The cold wasn't coming from the cryogenic bay anymore. It was filling the whole station. I stumbled backward, scanning the corridor for the emergency exit hatch to the exterior landing platform. My visor fogged with each ragged breath. The cold stung my cheeks through the thermal layers. The lights flickered overhead as frost spread across the ceiling in branching veins. Something was moving inside the junction room. Metal clattered. A crate toppled. The ventilation duct moaned. Then, a single knock. Against the door. Harder this time. Followed by a low, dragging breath on the other side. I bolted toward the exterior hatch. The cold chased me in a visible wave, frost blooming along the walls behind me like a living organism. I fumbled with the manual release wheel frozen solid, of course. My gloves slipped. I forced my body weight into it, gritting my teeth until something inside the mechanism snapped free and the wheel turned. The hatch cracked open, letting in a blast of Arctic air. For a brief moment, I hesitated because stepping outside into open tundra meant abandoning the station, abandoning the logs, abandoning any chance of confirming what had happened here. But staying meant something else. Something that had been frozen for 7 years. But was no longer contained. The hatch behind me shook. Not from wind. From impact. I forced the door open, stumbled onto the platform, and slammed it shut behind me just as the interior latch jolted violently from the other side. The cold outside was clean, sharp, natural. The cold inside was something else entirely. I looked back once, just once, to see frost spreading across the interior window of the hatch, and a shape leaning close enough to fog the glass from the wrong side. A handprint pressed against it. Slow. Deliberate. Matching the one carved into the cryogenic bay window. I turned and ran into the light, leaving station Helios 3 behind me as the temperature inside continued to drop. And the knocking grew louder. My name is Marcus Hale, astrophysics graduate assistant with the university's Deep Sky Imaging program, and as of this morning I've logged exactly 4 years and 7 months cataloging telescope arrays, optical systems, and spectral imaging gear. That formality matters, because the story I'm about to tell isn't a rumor or a campfire anecdote. It is a record of what I saw with my own eyes inside the abandoned Harrington Ridge Observatory, and I need you to understand that I'm trained not to jump at shadows. Everything has an explanation. Every anomaly has a cause. At least, that's what I believe when I unlocked the dome door at 10:14 a.m. today. Harrington Ridge sits about 40 minutes outside town, just far enough up the slope that you stop getting cell reception halfway there. The facility's funding dried up years before I started my degree, and the university technically owns the property, but they haven't touched it in over a decade. My advisor, Dr. Sinner, signed off a request this week for me to photograph the interior as part of a restoration proposal. The building is structurally sound, but it needed documentation. Easy job. Quiet job. One I could finish before lunch. When I pulled into the gravel lot, the wind pushed dead pine needles across the asphalt like brittle insects. The place looked smaller than I expected. One primary dome, one auxiliary dome, and a rectangular research annex that sagged slightly at the middle from years of snow load. The main dome's metal siding was dull to a pale, blistered gray, but the huge sliding aperture up top was still mostly intact. I was more annoyed than anything: dust, rusted screws, spiders, all the classics. I hauled my camera bag from the passenger seat and slung it over my shoulder. My breath puffed faintly in the cold. The lock on the dome door resisted for a second before giving way with a tight metallic snap. When I pulled the door open, it let out this long groan, like I'd woken something inside. I muttered to myself and stepped in. The first thing that hit me was the temperature. Even though the day outside wasn't freezing, the dome interior felt noticeably colder, as if the metal walls held onto last night's chill. The second thing was the dust. Layers and layers of it, the kind that softens footsteps. When my boots touched the floor, they left fresh lines cutting through a gray flatness that had probably sat undisturbed for years. I planted the tripod near the base of the telescope mount and began taking wide-angle shots. The observatory was stripped of most of its equipment, but the central mount still towered over the room, its gears frozen mid-rotation. The dome's interior shell curved overhead, catching faint morning light through the slit that someone had left halfway open. That light bounced around in strange ways, soft reflections on metal, scattered across the curved surface. I was adjusting a lens when I noticed it. The reflection. It came from directly ahead of me, high on the dome's inner surface. A tall, narrow silhouette. Not sharply defined, but unmistakably shaped like a person, except stretched somehow, as if the curvature of the dome had elongated it. I froze, eyes flicking from the reflection to the concrete floor behind me. Nothing. Nobody. Just me, my tripod, my open camera bag, and a few dust plumes swirling lazily in the cold air. My rational brain scrambled for mundane explanations. Maybe the central mount cast a weird shadow, maybe my own reflection warped into something human-like. But here's what made my stomach tighten: the silhouette had broad shoulders, a long neck, and a height that made no sense. I'm 6 feet tall. This thing had to be at least 8. I thumbed the camera into live view and aimed upward, half convinced I would catch the same reflection in the digital feed. Instead, the screen showed only the curved metal surface, no shape, no distortion. Clean. Empty. Fine, I thought. Light trick, Angle trick. Old dome doing funhouse mirror stuff. I lowered the camera and took another look with my own eyes. The silhouette was still there. And now it was angled slightly, as if it had turned toward me. My chest tightened. I spun around again, hard this time, practically whipping my gear bag into the air, but the floor behind me remained empty. The corners were empty. The entire dome was bare and echoing and hollow. I let out a breath, long and shaky, before I even realized I'd been holding it. I took a step toward the reflection, raising a hand as if I could block it out. My fingers trembled, which annoyed the hell out of me. I'm not the type to spook. But something about seeing a figure that tall right behind me, but not actually behind me, poked at a part of my brain we don't use in labs. That low, evolutionary fear that says, something is wrong. I walked under the mound to check if there was any hidden equipment or jutting panel that could have created a shape like that. Nothing. Bare metal. Bare concrete. No corners for anyone to hide behind, no stacks of crates, no stray equipment, just a gutted observatory with nowhere big enough for anything human-sized to crouch or stand unseen. I turned back toward the dome wall. The silhouette was gone. Just gone. Not faded, gone, like it had never been there. The silence around me shifted at that moment. I swear it did. The air felt heavier, as if the dome itself was listening. I tried to shake it off, snapping a few more photographs to ground myself. The shutter clicks echoed up into the curved ceiling. 5 shots. 10. On the 11th shot, something flickered across the glass of the dome. Not the silhouette, but movement. A brief shift in the reflection of the open slit above, like something had passed in front of it from the outside. A shadow crossing a beam of light. But nothing should have been up there. No ladders. No platform. No catwalk. Just 30 feet of curved metal leading to the sky. My pulse kicked harder, a low thud in my ears. I kept staring upward, waiting for the movement to repeat. 30 seconds passed. Then 60. Only the quiet wheeze of cold air slipping through the opening reached me. I should have left then. Walked out, locked the door, driven back down the ridge, and told Dr. Sinner the building needed more than a simple photo catalog. But something kept me there. Maybe pride. Maybe curiosity. Maybe that same stupid instinct academics have about not turning away from things we don't understand. Whatever it was, I took one more step toward the center of the dome. And the floor vibrated under my boot. A single, faint tremor. Like someone had taken a step on the opposite side of the room. And that's when I realized. I wasn't hearing my own breath anymore. I was hearing someone else's. Slow. Deep. Directly behind me. I didn't turn around at first. Every instinct said I should, but some deeper, older instinct told me to stay absolutely still. When you hear breathing behind you in a building that's supposed to be empty, every part of your mind starts sprinting in different directions. Reason, panic, denial, all colliding like birds against glass. Mine all crashed at once. The breath was slow. Controlled. Not the startled inhale of someone caught trespassing, not the ragged pant of someone who'd sprinted up a hill to get here. This was measured, almost deliberate. Like whoever was behind me didn't care that I heard them. I swallowed, my throat clicking loud enough that it echoed in the dome. My voice didn't work the first time I tried it. When it finally scraped out, it sounded too small in the hollow room. Hello? Silence answered. The breathing stopped. That somehow made it worse. I forced myself to pivot, not a fast, panicked spin, but a careful turn. The kind where your muscles tighten like wire and you brace for whatever you're about to see. My boots made soft, gritty sounds on the dusty floor as I shifted. There was no one behind me. Just the central mount, my tripod, the squat shadow of my camera bag, and the faint line my boots had carved into the dust. But the dust, that's what froze me. There were my footprints leading from the door, looping around the mount, pacing the room in messy arcs. But there was also something else. A single, deep footprint. Not mine. It sat about 6 feet behind where I'd been standing. Big. Longer than any boot print should be. And the weight of it, the depression in the dust, said whoever made it had been heavy. Heavy enough that the dust compressed into a darker oval. But there were no prints behind it. No trail. No path leading to it from the door or from anywhere in the dome. Just one footprint. One impossible footprint. I crouched down, and the cold from the floor seeped through my jeans. The edges of the print were crisp. Not smeared, not scuffed, not distorted like something dragged or shuffled into place. It looked like it had been pressed into fresh powder. Yet the dust around it was untouched. I touched the edge with 2 fingers, feeling the fine grit cling to my skin. My nails scraped concrete underneath. No tricks. No weird floor texture. It was a footprint, clean and clear. A strong blast of wind rattled the slit at the top of the dome. It made the metal creak overhead, and it snapped me out of my trance long enough to stand and back away from the print. The tremor I'd felt earlier, maybe that had been whatever made this print. But how did something that heavy move without leaving any other trace? I turned toward the slit, half expecting to see someone lowering themselves on a rope or leaning into the opening. But the sky beyond the gap was empty and flat. The tree outside barely swayed. Nothing cast a shadow across the dome's interior. My pulse thumped in my neck. I forced myself to breathe slow, even breaths, counting them like I was centering a telescope alignment. 1, 2, 3. Then the camera shutter snapped. Not because I pressed it. The shutter on my camera, still mounted on the tripod, went off twice in rapid succession. Mechanical, sharp, unmistakable. I stared at it, waiting for more. After a heartbeat of hesitation, I crossed the floor, the air seeming thicker with each step. I checked the display. 2 images had been taken. The first was a tilted shot of the dome wall. I hadn't touched the camera, but the angle was off from my earlier shots, skewed down toward the floor, as if the camera had been nudged. The second photo was darker. Blurred. Something large filled most of the frame, but the shape was impossible to interpret. A smudge. A smear of motion. The kind you get when something moves close to the lens faster than the shutter can catch it. I zoomed in, hands shaking. The smear had structure, not random noise, not dust on the lens. It looked like a torso. A shoulder. Something tall leaning forward, blocking most of the shot. My mouth went dry. I glanced behind me again, half convinced something would be standing there this time. Nothing. But a cold, invisible weight settled onto the air, like pressure. When I inhaled, the cold bit deeper. I kept one hand on the tripod as I backed away. That's when I heard the knock. A single, hollow rap from the far wall. Knuckles on metal. I jerked toward the sound. The dome wall curved smoothly, offering no corners, no alcoves. The noise had come from a flat section, as if someone pressed their fist to it from the inside, except there was no inside past the metal panel. Just insulation in the outer siding. Another knock came. This one deeper. It echoed, not from the wall but through the mount itself, vibrating faintly through the floor. I stepped backward until my boot bumped the edge of my camera bag. If I could feel the vibrations, something physical had to be causing them. Something moving inside the dome with me. The dust shifted near the mount. Only a puff, soft, subtle, but I saw it. Like a breath of air pushed outward. But no wind reached down there. The slit opening was too small, too high, and the air at ground level was still. The puff of dust settled slowly, and something inside me snapped into decision. Leave. Not a run, not yet, but leave. I reached down to grab my camera bag, but as my fingers closed around the strap, my peripheral vision caught something wrong on the dome's inner surface. The silhouette was back. Higher this time. Clearer. And this time, it wasn't shaped like a person standing. It was shaped like a person leaning. Head bowed. Looking directly down at me. My chest seized up. I couldn't look away. The shape stretched unnaturally across the curved metal. The head was too long. The arms hung too low. But the posture, that unmistakable posture of something observing, locked me in place. Then the breathing started again. But this time, it wasn't behind me. It came from above. Right where the silhouette was reflected. Something exhaled slow and heavy into the cold air of the dome. I don't know how long I stared before my body finally listened to the fear and moved. I grabbed my bag, slung it over my shoulder, and took one step toward the exit. The knock came again. Louder. Closer. From the floor. Then one final sound. A dragging shift. As if something tall had just straightened to its full height. The dragging sound stopped so suddenly that my brain filled the silence with all the possibilities I didn't want to think about. My legs locked. Fight or flight short-circuited into freeze. Somewhere above me, the faint reflection on the dome wall stretched and distorted like it was shifting its weight. I forced my foot to move. One careful step. Then another. The door wasn't far, 20 feet, maybe. But in that moment it felt like a football field away. Halfway there, the air changed. Not temperature, pressure. Like the dome had inhaled with me inside it. My ears popped. My balance tilted for half a second, and I grabbed the wall to steady myself. The metal felt colder than it should have. Not just cold, refrigerated cold, biting straight through my palm. Then came the smallest sound. So small that if the dome weren't dead silent, I wouldn't have noticed it. Concrete grid shifting. A footstep. From behind the telescope mount. I didn't look. I couldn't. Looking meant acknowledging there was something there that had weight, mass, physical presence, something that had made a footprint without walking, breathed where no one stood, cast a reflection without occupying space. I chose caution over curiosity for once in my academic life. I reached the door. The handle felt stiff, colder than the wall. When I tugged it, it resisted, like the metal had warped or the frame had settled unevenly. My pulse slammed in my throat. I yanked harder. The door gave, but only an inch. A cold draft slipped through the crack and brushed my face, like a whisper against my cheek. I wedged my fingertips into the gap and pulled with everything I had. My shoulder tensed, my knuckles went white. The door scraped open another inch. Behind me. Another footstep. Slow. Deliberate. Grit sliding again. This was no animal. Nothing with 4 legs walked with that kind of measure weight. This was bipedal. Upright. Tall. Too tall. I got the door open just wide enough to squeeze through. I didn't look back. I couldn't risk the fraction of a second it would take. I shoved myself through the gap and lurched out into the daylight. The cold outside hit me like a slap, but at least it was natural cold, not that manufactured, unnatural chill inside the dome. The door started to swing shut behind me. And that's when I finally looked back through the narrowing gap. I didn't see anything moving. But the dust inside the dome was wrong. A long streak like something had dragged a limb or brushed the floor, cut from the mount directly toward where I'd been standing. Another mark angled toward the door. Not footprints. Just disturbed dust. Wide, sweeping motions. As if something moved in ways that didn't match legs at all. The door clicked shut. The silence outside was immediate, like someone had pressed mute on the world. Even the wind felt blocked, as if it refused to come near the building. I took 3 steps back, then forced myself to turn around, resisting the urge to sprint for the car. If whatever was in there had followed, I needed to know. I needed to hear it. See it. Understand which direction it moved. Nothing came out. No breath. No knock on the inside panel. No shadow crossing the slit on the dome. The building sat motionless, harmless, like a photo of an observatory rather than a real one. A perfect lie. I stood there until my heartbeat slowed enough for rational thought to elbow its way back in. Okay. I told myself. You got spooked. Old structures creak. Drafts make noise. Dust settles weird. Your brain saw things in reflections. You panicked. But the footprint, the camera shutter, the breath, the dust streak, every logical explanation I tried to grab dissolved immediately. I should have left then. I should have walked to the car, driven down the ridge, and never looked back. But instead, I circled the observatory exterior, camera bag clutched tight, scanning the metal siding for anything, vents, gaps, claw marks, signs of wildlife forcing its way in. Anything that could root this in normal reality. Halfway around, I stopped. A set of vertical scratches for long lines ran down the side panel beneath the slit of the dome. The marks weren't deep, but they were clean, orderly, too deliberate to be wind-blown debris. They were spaced evenly, almost like fingers, but too far apart to be human fingers. I leaned closer. The metal around the scratches was oddly smooth, rubbed almost shiny, as if something tall had braced itself there. My breath steamed over the panel, fogging the surface. When the fog cleared, a shape looked back at me. My reflection. But behind it, inside the black band of tinted glass along the dome, something else. It wasn't a silhouette this time. It was movement. Slow. Subtle. Like someone was shifting their weight just beyond the tinted glass. A tall outline swayed, barely visible but undeniably there. The kind of shape your brain can't fully process but also can't dismiss. I stepped back instinctively. The shape behind the glass stopped moving. The second I moved, it froze like it was watching how I reacted. My throat tightened, a small panic flare rising like bile. I backed away until my heel hit the gravel edge of the lot. My car waited just beyond, the only sane thing left on this ridge. I unzipped my bag with shaking fingers and fumbled for the car keys. Cold metal kissed my palm. That's when I heard it. Not from inside the dome. Not from the other side of the metal siding. From above. A long, slow scrape like something dragging itself across the curved exterior of the dome. Every hair on my neck lifted. I looked up, almost afraid the sky itself would have changed. Nothing was visible. The dome's top looked smooth, curved, empty. But the sound continued, circling along the metal shell. A heavy shift. A second scrape. A faint, dull thump. Like weight transferring from one point to another. Something was climbing. Not fast. Not frantic. Just methodical. Like it already knew I wasn't going back inside. Like it was repositioning itself for a better look. I swallowed hard, forcing myself not to run, not before I understood where it was going. Another thump. Closer to the front of the dome. Then everything went quiet. Too quiet. I stepped backward toward the car, keys tight in my fist. My eyes never left the dome. Not until a new sound cut through the stillness. A sound that didn't belong at an abandoned observatory. The unmistakable click of the dome's rotating track. The slit at the top began to move. Slowly. Smoothly. Deliberately. As if something inside or something on top was opening it wider. And then, just for a second, only long enough to make me doubt whether I saw it at all. A shape leaned into the widening gap. Tall. Thin. Motionless. Watching me leave. My name is Rena Moss, and I serve as a systems diagnostics contractor specializing in atmospheric monitoring equipment. Earlier this year, I was assigned to reevaluate Habitat Ares 3, the Mars simulation module in the Nevada desert that shut down after an electrical fire. The incident report claimed the fire started in a storage bay and burned out a bank of wires, causing a total systems loss, but the structure remained intact. The facility had been empty for weeks by the time I arrived. My task, according to the work order, was simple: verify the oxygen sensors, extract the final logs, and determine whether the equipment could be salvaged. The entire assignment was expected to take less than a day, and I remember feeling relieved. This kind of job is usually predictable, dry, mechanical, the sort of work where you can listen to a podcast and finish early. But from the moment I stepped through the airlock shell into the dormant habitat, the place felt wrong in a way I couldn't quantify. Even powered down, the habitat had that faint sterile smell you only get from confined environments: metal, recycled air, and old plastic. Everything was still, almost too still. It reminded me of the mock-up fuselages NASA uses for training, except those always had people moving around, their voices bouncing off the metal ribs. Here, silence pressed against me the same way altitude does on a mountain trail, an invisible weight settling on my chest. I forced myself to focus on the task. Everything had to be approached methodically: check the external intake valves, inspect the oxygen manifold, run a manual extraction on the remaining logs. Straightforward. The only thing out of the ordinary was the fact that the oxygen alarms kept triggering even after the habitat was shut down. The agency chalked it up to faulty sensors reacting to environmental drift. I'd seen it happen before. Old wiring, fire damage, degraded circuits, they all play tricks. Still, I felt my stomach tighten when I saw the first alarm flash in my handheld. A sharp ping echoed through the module's corridor. O2 drop detected. The indicator pulsed yellow for a few seconds before fading. I reminded myself that the system wasn't even fully powered. It shouldn't have been able to trigger anything. But the handheld didn't lie. It was receiving intermittent data packets from the habitat's internal network, even though the main system was dead. I started with the central control room. Its glass wall looked onto the habitat's main living area: 2 bunks, a small workstation, and a cramped kitchen space built to simulate long-duration isolation. The fire hadn't reached this part of the structure. Dust covered the consoles, and the monitors were blank. I brushed off the primary terminal, connected my equipment, and initiated the extraction of the final 72 hours of logs. The download stalled twice. Each time it froze at the same point. A 3-minute window recorded about 14 hours before the fire. Every time it failed, the handheld pinged again. Another sudden, sharp drop in breathable air. The log entry flashed a simple but eerie message: O2 depletion, occupant respiration spike. Occupant. That word punched a cold spot in my ribs. No one had been inside since the fire. The habitat had been evacuated for over a month. A single firefighter had gone in afterward to confirm the blaze was contained. But the log showed spikes, multiple ones, after the evacuation. Something that looked exactly like a person gasping for air inside a sealed environment. I swallowed that discomfort and moved on to the oxygen manifold. Walking the corridor felt more oppressive with each step. Even though the artificial gravity system here was just fixed structural flooring, no spinning habitat, no centrifugal tricks, my legs felt heavier the farther I walked. The emergency LEDs along the floor were powered down, but every now and then the red strips flickered weakly as if reacting to my presence. It wasn't possible, but the timing lined up too closely to ignore. I stopped twice just to make sure I wasn't kicking up dust or causing a vibration. Nothing. The flickers happened only after I moved a few steps. Like something behind me was causing a delay. When I reached the manifold, I crouched to check the primary regulator. Despite the fire damage to the wiring nearby, the regulator itself was intact. The pressure readings made sense. The system shouldn't have been fluctuating at all. Yet the handheld pinged again, another O2 drop. This time the waveform looked different. In a simulated habitat like Ares 3, human breathing patterns show us clean curves when the sensors detect a rise and fall of oxygen uptake. These logs showed sudden, rapid spikes. Multiple spikes layered together, the way you'd see when someone panics. My chest tightened again, but this time it wasn't just unease. The air felt thin. I held my breath, listening. Nothing moved. The silence didn't just return, it deepened. The kind of silence that makes you question whether you're hearing your own heartbeat or the building's structural frame settling. I forced a slow exhale and switched to the backup sensor on my belt. The device flickered once, then displayed an oxygen level slightly lower than it had been when I entered. Not dangerously low, but noticeable enough that I felt it in my body. If the habitat was leaking, I needed to find the source. But that didn't make sense either. The structure had been tested after the fire and declared airtight. As I reached to manually reset the regulator, the handheld pinged again, only this time the alert came with a timestamp, O2 depletion event logged 0 seconds ago. The message beneath it made my pulse stumble. Sensor location, habitat corridor proximal to technician. It was reading me. Or reading something right next to me. I turned, expecting to see an open valve or some loose tubing that could explain it. Nothing. The corridor stretched behind me, lit only by the faint daylight filtering through the external hatch window. No shadows. No movement. Just that crushing, unnatural stillness. I tried to take a steady breath, but it didn't feel steady at all. The handheld pinged again. Another drop. As if something right beside me had just inhaled sharply. And the air felt thinner. The next breath I took felt shallow, almost like the air had lost some texture. Normally you don't notice oxygen unless you're climbing at altitude or stuck in a sealed container, but right then, inside Ares 3, the air felt thinner in a way I couldn't explain. My lungs pushed for a deeper inhale on instinct. That tiny panic reflex, like the moment your head breaks the surface of a pool just a little too late, flashed through me. I double-checked the regulator valve, flicked the manual override, and waited for the handheld to stabilize. The numbers hovered, jittered, then leveled off. No alarm. No drop. I wasn't proud of how relieved I felt. I stood, forcing myself to think in straight lines. Fire damage. Electrical interference. Faulty data packets. There were a dozen normal explanations. Sensors behave badly when power distribution is compromised. Some of the signal noise could have been debris in the internal airflow pathways. But none of that explained why the readings mapped almost perfectly to the physiological pattern of panic breaths, short, rapid spikes as if someone was struggling for air. I walked back toward the control room, forcing myself not to speed up. The habitat had always been small, but on the return walk the corridor seemed tighter. Every step echoed just a little more sharply. The kind of acoustics you only get inside submarine mock-ups. I kept my arms close to my body, a reflex from years of working in cramped industrial sites. Don't scrape the walls. Don't trip on raised edges. Halfway back, the handheld chimed again. Not a ping this time, a chime. A different tone. Data packet received, oxygen event. Timestamp, 3 seconds ago. Pattern, respiratory cluster. Location, habitat galley. I wasn't in the galley. I was 2 modules away from it. I checked the structural map on my tablet just to ground myself. The galley sat adjacent to the living area, right across from the central control room. Part of me wanted to brush it off as old internal diagnostics replaying themselves, like ghost data lingering in corrupted memory blocks. But the timestamp made my skin crawl. Real time. Impossible real time. I powered up the tablet's local scan mode, which didn't rely on the habitat's dead systems. The air quality reading came through clean but light. A fraction lower than it should have been. Just enough to make my ribs feel stiff. I tried to ignore the growing sense of pressure under my sternum as I stepped into the control room again. My equipment sat where I'd left it. The habitat remained silent. But the galley door was open. I knew I hadn't left it open. I had been meticulous, habitually so. Every workspace, every hatch, every storage bin, I closed behind me. It wasn't even a safety thing. It was just how I worked. And when I'd first walked past the galley, I remembered the door being shut, the little magnetic latch fully sealed. Now it hung half open, as if someone had nudged it with their shoulder. I took a breath to steady myself and immediately regretted it. The air hit my chest in a strange, fragile way, like there was less of it to pull in. I stepped closer, trying not to telegraph the tension rising in me. The handheld chimed again. Respiration spike detected. Occupant distress probability, 86%. My grip tightened involuntarily around the device. The thing was just interpreting data. It wasn't conscious, but the phrasing and the timing felt pointed, like a whisper in the back of my mind. I reached the galley door. My reflection trembled faintly in the brushed steel surface of the cabinets inside. I pushed the door fully open with 2 fingers and scanned the room. Everything appeared normal at first glance. A table bolted to the floor. 2 fold-down seats. A small food prep unit. A fire extinguisher mounted to the wall. A mug lying on its side on the counter, probably knocked over during the evacuation. I stepped inside. Immediately, the air felt warmer. Not by much, but enough that my skin noticed the shift. Temperature gradients inside a sealed habitat are usually subtle, but this felt like walking through a faint thermal plume. I checked the overhead vents. No airflow. No fans active. The system was dead. The handheld chimed again. O2 depletion. Distance, 1 meter. I froze. Sensors in these habitats calculate distance based on triangulated particulate density shifts caused by airflow, subtle but accurate. For it to say less than 1 meter meant that, according to the habitat's internal telemetry, something was breathing within arm's reach of me. I forced myself to stay rational. Airflow eddies. Thermal pockets. Residual convection currents. Any of those could spoof the system. I crouched beside the table and checked the vent near the floor. No airflow. No warmth. No damage. I stood again, slower this time. And something shifted behind me. Not a sound. A pressure. A faint displacement of the air, like someone else had moved in a small, enclosed elevator. I turned sharply, heart in my throat. Nothing. The galley was empty. But it didn't feel empty. I don't know how to describe it except to say that the sensation of being alone evaporated. Suddenly the space felt shared. Occupied. As if another presence stood just outside the range of sight, barely out of focus. I stepped backward into the living area. The air felt slightly clearer there, and I forced myself to breathe normally. I looked at the bunk nearest the wall. The sheets were rumpled. That made sense. The evac team had said the fire happened fast, and the crew might have left things messy. But the way the sheets were bunched was odd. They didn't look slept in. They looked crimped. Clutched. I checked the timestamp on the last oxygen event, 21 seconds ago. The habitat wasn't replaying phantom data. It was logging new events. My internal temperature rose 0.5 degree with adrenaline, and my breath came too quick. The handheld chirped a rapid cascade of tones I'd never heard before. Oxygen depletion accelerating. Source, unknown. Location, habitat central. Right where I was standing. I felt the air thin again in a subtle but unmistakable way. A tightness curled around my diaphragm, and instinct pulled a deeper inhale from my chest. The handheld logged it instantly. Respiration cluster detected. 2 sources. 2. I only accounted for 1. For a second, I truly thought the device was malfunctioning. 2 sources. It had to be an error. The system was fried, the wiring compromised, the entire habitat running undying ghosts of circuitry. But the handheld wasn't tied into the habitat's internal power. It was parsing raw atmospheric input through its own sensors, independent, battery-fed, calibrated 2 weeks ago. If it said there were 2 respiration sources in that room, the only variable left to doubt was me. I stood perfectly still, forcing my breathing into slow, deliberate intervals. I needed separation, distinct patterns, to check if the device would register only 1 source. 3 seconds. 4. I inhaled. Normal rise. Normal drop. The handheld displayed the expected wave. But behind it, just barely, was a second waveform, offset 0.5 seconds late. A smaller curve. A faint one. Like someone breathing just after I did. Responding to my rhythm. Mirroring. I felt the temperature inside my skull spike. I took 1 step back toward the control console, and the air shifted again, subtle, but there. A disturbance. The kind you feel when someone steps behind you in a quiet room, the floor flexing just enough to be sensed, not heard. I turned quickly. Nothing. But the air grew tighter again, like the pressure was rising in minuscule increments. My breath came out thinner than I intended. I checked the handheld. Both respiration sources were higher now. And closer. Cold sweat blurred my eyes, and I blinked it away, forcing myself toward the console as calmly as I could manage. Panic meant faster breathing, which meant more oxygen uptake, which meant the sensors would log an even steeper drop. I didn't want to see what that would look like. My fingers shook as I attempted another full data extraction. The download stuttered again, stalled at the exact same 3-minute window before the fire. I keyed in a manual override command, forcing the system to spit out raw text files instead of the formatted logs. The screen flashed once. Then lines of unprocessed data poured in, timestamps, oxygen percentages, CO2 levels, pressure gradients. And then something else. A line that shouldn't have existed. Occupant detected. ID 04. I froze. Ares 3 only ever had 3 occupant IDs. 3 researchers assigned to the simulation. All 3 had evacuated before the fire. There had never been an occupant 04. A second later, another line appeared. Occupant 04 respiration anomaly elevated. Another spike. Then another. The handheld pinged again with a long, low tone that vibrated in my palm. Severe depletion detected. Distance to source, less than 0.5 m. Pattern, distress. Less than half a meter. Half a meter meant breathing space. Human breathing space. Someone or something standing close enough that, if I reached out, my fingers would brush against a shoulder. My lungs refused to full inhale. I swallowed hard, then again, and forced myself to glance sideways into the reflection in the console's dark screen. My own face stared back, pale and strained. But the reflection behind me. No, it had to be the lighting. The subtle curvature of the console surface. The lingering fog of adrenaline pushing my senses too far. I spun around anyway, my heartbeat a muffled roar in my ears. Nothing. Yet the handheld displayed both respiration waveforms increasing sharper, higher amplitude. Like someone gasping. Panic breathing. Fighting for air. Not mine. A sudden realization struck me out of nowhere. If the oxygen levels were dropping faster than they should, and I wasn't the one consuming it at that rate, then something else was. Something pulling in air. Something breathing. I scrubbed the thought away before it could solidify, but the instinct was there, pulsing like a second heartbeat. I moved toward the main hatch. I just needed to get outside, into open desert air, into normal atmospheric pressure. Once I was out of the habitat shell, the handheld readings would normalize. The floor dipped beneath me again, just slightly, as if another step had touched down behind mine, almost in harmony. I accelerated. Not enough to look like fear, but enough that my heel clicked a little harder than I intended. The handheld beeped rapidly now, soft, fast pulses. Respiration cluster detected. Multiple sources. Unknown count. Multiple. I didn't let myself slow down. The living area blurred at the edges of my vision. The galley door shifted faintly as I passed, as though brushed by a draft that shouldn't exist. When I reached the main hatch, I forced the manual release lever down, bracing for the resistance of long-disused seals. It didn't budge. That made no sense. The external hatch had no electronic lockouts. Manual overrides were designed for fire, system failure, or contamination risk. They were built to function under any conditions except physical damage. I leaned into it harder. Still stuck. An instant spike of claustrophobic panic punched through me, enough to override training. I pulled again harder and felt the lever shift half a centimeter before sticking again, like something on the other side pressured it back. The handheld wailed with a sharp, continuous alarm. Oxygen emergency. O2 less than 14%. Respiration surge detected. My vision fuzzed at the edges. A woozy, cotton-wrapped dizziness crawled into my skull. I forced one deep inhale, almost painful with how thin it felt. And then, through the dimming air, I heard something. A dry, soft sound. Not mechanical. Not airflow. Not structure. A breath. A human breath. Not mine. It came from somewhere behind me, too close to ignore, too close for any sensor to misread. A fragile, ragged inhale. then another. A third, shorter. As if someone was struggling to pull air from an atmosphere that couldn't give enough back. I turned slowly. The corridor looked warped, like I was seeing it through heat waves. No figure. No shadow. No movement. But something in the air had shape. It had presence. I couldn't see it, but I felt its outline, felt the pressure of a body that wasn't there, occupying space where nothing stood. I staggered backward, my fingers slipping on the hatch lever. My chest squeezed tighter, and black spots peppered my vision. The handheld slipped from my grip and clattered to the floor. As it fell, the display tilted upward. For half a second before it dimmed, I saw one final message flash across the screen. Occupant 04 respiration stable. Technician declining. The habitat wasn't losing oxygen. It was being used. And not just by me. I yanked the hatch lever with the last strength I had. It gave. A rush of desert air punched in, hard and cold. I collapsed forward into the sunlight, coughing, dragging breath after breath into my starving lungs. The pressure loosened instantly. My vision cleared. The dizziness lifted. Behind me, inside the habitat, the air remained still. Silent. Too silent. And as I crawled backward across the sand, watching the dim interior through the open hatch, the handheld inside the module lit up one more time on the floor. A single line appeared on its cracked screen. Respiration detected interior. Status ongoing. I didn't go back inside. I never will. My name is Tobias Grant, and I work in structural demolition with Farrow and Sons Decommissioning. I've spent 15 years tearing down buildings most people would walk around without a second glance: industrial sites, collapsed factories, old hospitals gutted by budget cuts. I mention this only to make something very clear from the start: nothing surprises me anymore. Nothing startles me. I've been inside places where asbestos falls like snow and the air tastes like old batteries. I've stepped over rats the size of cats, found syringes fused into the floor, and once discovered an entire room converted into a mold colony so thick it looked like a plush carpet. So when I say what I found inside the unmarked wing felt wrong on a level I do not have words for, I want you to understand I'm not some spooked rookie. The job was simple on paper. We had been contracted to dismantle Meriton Research Hospital, a facility closed down 20 years earlier after funding evaporated and half a dozen lawsuits piled up. The official story was that the place had become too costly to maintain. Unofficially, people whispered about mishandled trials, a patient riot, maybe a cover-up. I didn't care. I wasn't there for ghost stories. I was there to make sure the place was structurally safe enough for the heavy equipment to come in. We always start with walkthroughs. You learn a lot from the smell alone: mold, stagnant water, chemical rot. Meriton had all of them layered on top of each other like a decade-old cake. The ground floor was predictable: peeling tiles, rusted beds, wheelchairs with missing wheels. The emergency wing was worse. A ceiling collapse had taken out half of the corridor, and the air carried a sour, metallic odor, like old blood trapped inside the vents. We chalked most of it up to water damage. Everything else we could ignore. On the second day, we were assigned to clear a portion of the east wing. According to the blueprints, it was a straight hallway with 8 sealed patient rooms, all slated for demolition. But when we got there, things didn't match. The hallway extended farther than the map showed, maybe by 40 feet. An extension had been added at some point, but nobody had ever bothered to get it on record. Probably storage, Dale muttered while prying open a rusted cabinet. They did whatever the hell they wanted back then. Maybe. But it felt off. The extension wasn't slapped together like an afterthought. The walls were reinforced, thick, almost bunker-like. The lights overhead, though dead, were different from the rest of the hospital's fixtures. Newer. Industrial grade. The kind you'd see in secure facilities, not medical wings. I followed the hallway until it bent slightly to the right. That should have been impossible. The building's external structure went straight. I remember standing there, studying the angle, trying to figure out how they had hidden the deviation from the outside. Hospitals don't just grow secret hallways. Halfway down that unlisted corridor, we found 6 doors. They were evenly spaced, each one heavy steel rather than the flimsy hollow core we'd used everywhere else. Every single one was locked. Rusted shut. Some had deep scratches around the handles, like someone had tried to pry their way out or in. There were numbers stenciled beside each frame, though most had faded to smears. One detail stuck with me: no windows. Not on the doors. Not on the walls. Nowhere. We radioed the project lead, Evelyn, to tell her we had discovered an unaccounted section. She told us to photograph everything and continue assessing it until she arrived. Protocol is protocol. As we moved deeper, the air changed. Even without ventilation, most abandoned facilities stay cold, sometimes freezing, especially after 2 decades of no power. But here, the temperature rose slightly with every step. Nothing extreme, but noticeable. Like someone had left a heater running somewhere far ahead. Dale wiped sweat from his brow and frowned. Feels weird in here. He wasn't wrong. It was warm, but in an unnatural way. Not body heat. Not sunlight. More like a mechanical hum that wasn't there, a low thrum in the walls that shouldn't have existed in a place that hadn't had electricity in 20 years. Only one door at the end of the hall didn't match the others. It wasn't rusted. It wasn't locked. It hung slightly ajar, just enough to show a sliver of darkness and something else. Warm air seeped through the gap in thin waves, like the kind you feel when stepping onto concrete in the middle of a summer day. My stomach tightened. I don't get gut feelings often, but something about that open door felt staged, like it had been left that way intentionally. Like it was waiting. Evelyn's voice crackled through the radio, asking for updates, but I barely heard it. I stepped closer to the open door with the flashlight raised. The beam disappeared into blackness, the room swallowed it whole. Anyone else think this is screwed up? Dale whispered. He wasn't the type to get rattled. Hearing the tremor in his voice made me pause. We should have waited for Evelyn. Should have done everything by the book. But curiosity in my line of work isn't optional, it's instinct. You see something off, you check it before it turns into a structural hazard that kills someone. That's what I told myself, at least. I pushed the door open with a slow, deliberate shove. The hinges barely resisted. The warmth hit us immediately, humid, thick, far too strong to be the residual heat of anything abandoned for 2 decades. And then the smell drifted out. Sterile. Chemical. Recent. I stepped inside first. That's when I realized the room wasn't empty. Not even close. The warmth inside the room hit me like the air had weight, dense enough to cling to my skin. My flashlight cut a narrow path through the darkness, and only then did I understand why the beam had vanished earlier. The walls were matte black, floor to ceiling, coated with some kind of material that swallowed light instead of reflecting it. Sound felt muted too, like stepping into a studio with acoustic foam, except this wasn't foam. The surface looked metallic. Engineered. Dale hovered behind me but didn't enter. Tobias, what the hell is this place? I didn't answer. The smell, sharp, sterile, chemical, overpowered any thought. Not decay. Not mold. Something recent. Something used. I moved the light slowly across the room, sweeping from left to right. That's when the details formed. Tables. Not wooden or metal standard hospital tables, these were reinforced platforms with heavy locking brackets drilled into the floor. 6 of them, arranged in 2 rows. Each one had straps, though most were cut. On the nearest platform, the straps were intact, thick and new-looking, synthetic material that hadn't aged like the rest of the wing. Someone had maintained this place. Someone had been here after the hospital closed. My pulse thudded in my ears. There were machines too. Portable units with blank screens, silent now. Wires coiled like sleeping snakes. A row of canisters lined the back wall, labels peeled but not unreadable. I stepped closer and angled my light. Sodium chloride. Ethanol. Potassium iodide. Formalin. All industrial grade. Fresh enough that the print hadn't yellowed. Behind me, Dale finally found his voice. We need to get Evelyn down here now. He wasn't wrong, but I couldn't pull myself away yet. At the far end of the room, across from the platforms, was something even stranger, a partition of glass dividing the space. The glass was spotless. Not dusty. Not cracked. Not aged the way every other surface in the hospital had surrendered to time. A thin sheen of condensation clung to the inside, dripping in slow trails. Warm air. Humidity. I stepped toward it. The condensation thickened the closer I got, like I was approaching a greenhouse. My instinct told me it wasn't wise to touch it, but experience overrode fear. I pressed my fingertips lightly against the glass. Warm. Almost body temperature. Behind the glass, just barely visible through the haze, something moved. I froze. It wasn't a shadow or a trick of light. It was a shape human-sized, slumped, maybe sitting. I leaned in, angling my flashlight, but the beam struck the condensation and scattered. I could only make out the vaguest outline. A person. Or a mannequin. Or equipment draped in cloth, anything logical. Anything that didn't involve someone alive being in here. My breath fogged a small patch of the glass. I wiped it instinctively. The shape twitched. Not a big motion. A small one. But real. A shift of weight, like someone adjusting themselves after sitting too long. I jerked back, hitting the table behind me with my hip. The noise echoed dully across the room, muffled by the strange black-coated walls. Dale's flashlight beam wobbled behind me. Tobias, what was that? Before I could answer, something clinked softly inside the glassed-off space. A metallic tap. Delicate. Intentional. Like someone touching a tool against a tray. A second later, another tap followed. Then another. Not random. Rhythmic. Like a pattern. I swallowed hard and forced myself forward again. I didn't put my hands on the glass this time. I just stared, breathing slowly, trying to unblur the shapes on the other side. The tapping stopped abruptly. Then a single breath fogged the interior surface of the glass from the other side. A soft, rounded plume of condensation, too high to be from someone sitting. It was at eye level. The warmth in the room suddenly felt suffocating. I stepped back. We're leaving. Now. Dale didn't argue. He practically backed out of the doorway ahead of me. I tried to keep my movement steady, professional, the way we're trained when clearing unstable spaces, but my chest was tight. The air felt wrong again, like the walls themselves were radiating heat. We made it back into the corridor. The change was immediate. Cooler. Staler. Somehow safer. I pulled the door shut. Or tried to. It didn't close. Something blocked it from the inside. Not fully, just enough to catch the bottom edge. I shoved harder. The gap narrowed an inch, then another, then stopped altogether, as if something heavy had been pressed against it. Dale's eyes widened. It moved something. We're not staying to find out, I snapped. We hurried back down the corridor, past the rusted doors and the scratches near their handles. The warmth thinned the farther we got, until the air finally settled into the familiar cold of the abandoned hospital. When we reached the junction that met the normal wing, I radioed Evelyn. Section East 7 has an unlisted extension, I said, trying to keep my voice even. We found a secure lab room. Not empty. Equipment's in good shape. There's, I hesitated, evidence of recent use. Her response crackled sharply. Recent use? Tobias, the hospital's been sealed for 2 decades. I know what I saw. She sighed, irritated. Stay put. I'm on my way. We waited. 2 minutes. 5. 10. No footsteps. No radio acknowledgement. Nothing. Dale checked his watch. She should have been here by now. She was only on the other side of the 2nd floor. I tried calling again. No answer. We started walking back toward the central stairwell, expecting to meet her halfway. That's when we heard it. A faint metallic tap behind us. Coming from the unlisted hallway. The same rhythmic pattern. Slow. Steady. Closer than it had been. Dale whispered, Tobias, that door was almost closed. Almost. Not locked. Not sealed. And whatever was behind that glass wall wasn't sitting anymore. It was moving. The tapping grew louder, each metallic note echoing down the unlisted hallway with a precision that made the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't frantic. It wasn't random. It sounded almost measured. Like someone was testing something. Or signaling. Dale grabbed my sleeve. We need to find Evelyn. Now. I didn't argue. We turned toward the main wing, moving fast but trying not to run, our boots crunching over debris in the corridor that suddenly felt far too exposed. Every instinct I'd honed over 15 years in demolition told me the same thing. We needed to get out of this building before something shifted in a way we couldn't undo. We reached the stairwell door. I pushed it open and froze. The metal frame was warm. Not hot, but warm. Like a hand had been pressed against it moments earlier. Dale met my eyes, color draining from his face. She wouldn't have gone down there without answering you. No, I said quietly. She wouldn't. We moved up instead. The 2nd floor landing was empty. The emergency lights, powered by our portable generators on the ground floor, cast long shadows down the corridor. Dust drifted in the air like faint smoke. We checked the first 2 rooms. Completely barren. Then the radio on my belt crackled so loudly I flinched. T-S. A whisper. Distorted. Not shaped like Evelyn's voice. I brought the radio closer. Evelyn, say again. Repeat. Static. Then, faintly, don't open. The rest dissolved into crackling noise. Dale backed toward the stairwell. That wasn't her. No. The tone was wrong. Quieter. Forced through static that shouldn't exist since we were well within range. I switched frequencies, checked for bleed-in, interference, anything mechanical to explain it. Nothing. Every other channel was dead. Another tapping sound drifted through the hall. This time it wasn't metallic. It was the soft, deliberate sound of something brushing against a wall. A heavy palm dragging across plaster. Slow. Feeling its way. I didn't wait. We headed for the administrative wing where we'd last seen Evelyn. The corridor angled sharply left, windows boarded long ago, and the whole floor smelled like mildew and dust. We turned the corner and stopped again. A fresh wet footprint sat in the middle of the hallway. Perfectly formed. Bare. Human. The water around it was still spreading, glistening under the weak lights. Dale whispered, "Someone's in here with us." Someone. Not something. That was the only way we could keep our heads. Abandoned hospital. Unlisted wing. Warm room. Recent chemical smell. The evidence pointed to a living person. A squatter, a trespasser, someone who had slipped inside. That explanation sat between us like a thin rope barely holding together a collapsing bridge. We followed the prints for a few feet, each one spaced irregularly, like the person had been dragging one leg. They led toward the research offices. The third footprint veered toward a doorway. Evelyn lay inside. She was conscious, breathing fast, pale as the dust coating the floor. When we approached, she lifted her head weakly. "Tobias, something's wrong with the air down there." Her voice trembled, unfocused. Sweat slicked her skin. I crouched beside her. "Did you go into the unlisted wing?" "Yes." She swallowed hard. I wanted to see it myself. The moment I stepped inside, my chest tightened. I felt off balance, like the air was thin. I barely made it back out. Oxygen displacement? Chemical residue? Heat-induced dizziness? All possible. But Dale's attention snapped elsewhere. He pointed at her boots. Wet prints. The exact size as the ones in the hallway. "Evelyn," he said slowly, "did you take your boots off?" She blinked at him, confused. "What?" "No." She was wearing them. Laced tight. "Try." We didn't speak for a moment. None of us knew how to explain it. Then something scraped across the floor above us. Slow. Heavy. Deliberate. All three of us looked up. Something was on the third floor. And it was moving directly over our heads. Evelyn tried to stand. I helped her up carefully. "We need to get outside," she said through gritted teeth. "Now. Something's compromised in this building. I don't care what we saw, I'm pulling everyone out until Hazmat can sweep it." No argument from me. We headed for the central stairwell, Evelyn leaning on my shoulder. Halfway there, the lights flickered just once, but enough to stop us in our tracks. When they steadied again, the hallway seemed subtly different, though nothing had physically changed. The air felt warmer by a degree. Maybe two. Another scrape overhead. Closer this time. Then a soft exhale, so faint I almost convinced myself I imagined it. Dale cursed under his breath. Whatever's up there is coming down. We quickened our pace. The stairwell door was 20 feet away. 15. 10. Then someone or something descended the stairs slowly. Not fast. Not rushing. But with steady, deliberate steps. Thump. Pause. Thump. Pause. the cadence of someone placing bare feet onto concrete steps. Evelyn froze, breath catching painfully. Dale reached for the fire axe mounted near the exit, but the cabinet was empty, shattered glass on the floor, fragments scattered like something had taken it earlier. The footsteps grew louder. I pressed my ear to the door. Another slow step. Then another. And then breathing deep, steady, just beyond the concrete landing. "Who's there?" I called out, more out of protocol than expectation. Silence. Then the faintest sound of skin sliding across metal, like a hand brushing the railing. Evelyn whispered, "We can't go down. We have to use the west stairwell." It was the farthest point from us, past offices, past 2 collapsed sections. But at that moment, distance felt safer than proximity. We moved quickly and quietly, slipping away from the stairwell as the footsteps reached the landing behind the door. No one dared look back. When we reached the west wing, Evelyn winced with every step, clearly struggling. The temperature climbed again, barely noticeable, but real. And then my radio crackled one last time. "Don't open the last door." Dale stared at me. "We didn't open it all the way, did we?" "No," I said. "But we opened it enough." We reached the final stairwell. I pushed the door, and warm air rushed past us from below. Not from above. Below. Something had been in the basement. Recently. We didn't wait to learn more. We half carried Evelyn down the stairs, out through the emergency exit, and into the cold afternoon air behind the building. The chill hit my skin like waking from a nightmare. By the time we reached the trucks, the radios were silent. The building loomed behind us, heat radiating faintly through broken windows, as if its heart was still beating. Evelyn called off the entire operation. Hazmat. Structural engineers. Law enforcement. Everyone. None of them found a person. None of them found heat sources. None of them found a functional room. And the unlisted hallway? According to the new scans, it doesn't exist. We know it does. We walked it. We heard the breathing. We felt the warmth. And somewhere behind that last door, something moved for the first time in 20 years. And I'm terrified it remembers who opened it. My name is Dr. Sienna Lowe, zoologist with the North Continental Wildlife Genetics Program, and on the afternoon of February 11th, I was finalizing the shutdown procedures for Research Station K-27. The station sat 4 miles south of the Arctic Circle line, alone on a flat stretch of wind-polished ice between 2 low ridges. We'd been ordered to vacate before the next system rolled in, a fast-moving polar cyclone that would bury the outpost for days. My assignment was simple: close out the biofreezers, archive the data logs, tag the specimen crates for transport, and lock the outer gates. It should have been quiet, methodical, predictable. It was, right up until I stepped outside the back door. I had gone out with a handheld anemometer to check wind readings before securing the exterior instrument pole. The sun was a pale smear on the horizon, and the world had that strange Arctic stillness, muted sound, no shadow depth, the kind of silence that makes your breathing feel too loud. I walked maybe 10 steps from the door before I noticed the prints in the snow. Bare footprints. Not boot treads. Not animal tracks. Bare, human footprints. At first, I honestly thought I was misreading them. The evening light distorted everything, bleeding edges together and creating optical tricks on the snow. But as I crouched down, brushing a gloved hand along the indentation, the shape was unmistakable. 5 toes, a clear arch, a heel. Deep enough to hold their form against light drift. I could even see the ridge patterns where the snow had packed into the grooves of skin. Someone had walked across this section without any clothing on their feet. But that wasn't the worst part. The prints came from the tree line about 40 meters away and led straight to the back door of the station. My door. The one I had just stepped out of. Then they stopped at the threshold as if whoever had made them had simply walked inside. Except I had locked the door from the inside before opening it. And there were no prints inside the station, no puddles, no sign of melting snow. No intruder. No missing gear. Nothing disturbed. I stared at the line of prints for a long time, my breath frosting hard against my face mask. Something about them made my stomach pull tight, a kind of low-grade instinctive warning I couldn't shake. Bare skin shouldn't survive long out here. Not even a minute. Freezing damage would set in almost instantly. I followed the track line backward, crunching slowly on top of wind-compacted snow. The pattern stayed consistent: left, right, no hesitation, no brakes, no signs of dragging. Whoever it was, they walked steadily despite the sub-zero temperature. The stride length was normal. Human. Completely human. My radio crackled lightly in my hood as I approached the tree line, though no one was on the other end. I paused at the first dark cluster of stunted spruces. The branches shifted in the wind with soft clicking sounds, like knuckles brushing. The prints ended exactly at the tree line's edge, the final step angled slightly inward, as if the person had stepped out from between the trees. But there were no prints leading into the forest. No inbound trail. Only outbound, coming from the trees toward the station. A prickle crawled up the back of my neck. I wasn't the type to jump at shadows, and I'd worked with apex predators in harsher conditions than this, but something about the way the forest stood, quiet, still, almost too still, felt wrong. I stood there scanning for signs of wildlife. Lynx. Wolf. Even a stray wolverine. Anything. But the ground ahead was a smooth sheet of untouched snow stretching into the dense spruce interior. No broken branches. No fur caught on bark. Nothing. I backed away carefully. When I reached the main print trail again, the light had dimmed into that bluish twilight that always feels like an hour too early for dusk. The temperature dropped sharply. I turned back toward the station, planning to photograph the prints and check the perimeter cameras before the wind picked up. That's when I noticed the second trail. It branched off from the first, just a few feet from the door. I must have overlooked it in the initial shock, but now it stood out clearly, a heavier set of prints leading away from the station. They were deeper. Much deeper. And wider. The indentation at the heel was almost twice the depth of the barefoot tracks. Whatever made these had weight, more weight than any human I'd ever encountered. But the shape was still unmistakably human. Broad feet. Toes, though slightly splayed. A stride longer than mine, but still two-legged. Still bipedal. The snow compressed in layers around the edges, the way it does under something extremely heavy. I knelt again, letting my glove rest gently inside one of the prints. My whole hand fit inside the outline with room to spare. The trail led away from the station at an angle toward the ridge, away from the tree line. Away from where the first set came from. As if something had gone inside, grown heavier, then left again. I felt my pulse quicken. I didn't go inside immediately. Some irrational part of me didn't want to turn my back on either trail. The wind picked up, lifting fine crystals off the surface, and I realized I didn't have long before the details blew out completely. I snapped photos with my field tablet. Wide shots. Close-ups. Boot included for scale. Depth measurements with a ruler. The deeper tracks continued across the flats until the light became too dim to see them clearly. They aimed directly at the low ridge, and with the storm rolling in from the west, the horizon looked swallowed by moving darkness. I turned back toward the station. The door hung exactly as I had left it, sealed, metal, unbroken. No scratches. No frost melt at the threshold. No sign that anything had passed through or touched it at all. But the barefoot prints went right up to it. And the heavy ones started from it. Inside, the station felt too warm. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that presses against your ears. I shut the door, threw the latch, and checked the inner hallway. Still empty. Still normal. Still safe, at least in appearance. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't normal anymore. And the storm was coming fast. I moved through the station methodically at first, forcing myself to keep the same steady routine I'd been following all week. Check the generator levels. Confirm the freezer temperatures. Record the exterior wind readings. It should have grounded me. It didn't. Every sound seemed just a little too sharp, every silence a little too long, as if the entire building were leaning in to listen. The storm advanced faster than forecast. A low hum vibrated through the window frames, a rising, pressure-building windsong that meant whiteout conditions within hours. I tried to focus on my tasks, but my eyes kept drifting toward the back hallway, toward the door I just locked. Those prints were still in my mind. Human, but not. Light, then impossibly heavy. Coming in, going out. But no sign of intrusion. I connected my tablet to the station security console and pulled up the exterior cam feeds. The screens flickered old hardware that struggled with extreme cold, but the timestamp videos loaded one by one. I scanned the rear view first. Snow. Treeline. Blowing ice. No movement. I scrubbed back 2 hours. Nothing. 4 hours. Nothing. 8 hours. Nothing. The cameras never caught anyone at all. And yet the tracks were there. A gust of wind hit the siding hard enough to rattle the lab shelves. My nerves jumped before I could stop myself, and I turned the volume down on the console. I told myself it was just the weather tightening its grip. Just a front. Just nature doing what nature does. But then the interior motion sensor pinged. A soft chirp. Another. Then a third. Zone 3. The back corridor. I froze, waiting for the camera feed to update. The interior cams were lower resolution, grainier, old fluorescent hum lines across every frame, but the hallway came into view. Empty. Silent. Absolutely nothing moving. The sensor light stayed on anyway. I walked there slowly, hating each step because the echo of my boots sounded too singular, too alone. I held my breath as I reached the corridor edge and looked down its length. The lights were steady. No flicker. No shadows. No movement. I checked behind the cleaning cart, behind the specimen crate near the wall, inside the small storage room. Empty. Every inch of it. But the sensor still blinked yellow. I reset it manually at the control box. 5 seconds later, it blinked again. Something had moved in Zone 3. But there was nothing to see. I backed away and decided to do something tangible, something that kept me grounded. I went to the mudroom, grabbed a marker flag and a sample vial, and headed to the back door. The prints outside would soon be gone. The wind was already lifting snow into long, ghostly sheets. I opened the door slowly and scanned the flats. The barefoot prints were fading around the edges but still visible. The heavier prints remained deeper, sharp, almost unnervingly sharp, as if whatever had made them had pressed down with enormous weight. I flagged the first heavy print near the threshold, knelt down, and brushed away the loose drift to expose the central compacted snow. I scraped a sample into the vial. When I stood up, the ridge in the distance was almost gone. A wall of glowing white swallowed half the horizon. I glanced back at the station. That's when I saw the new prints. A fresh line. Bare footprints again. They led from the tree line toward me, but this line wasn't the same as before. The spacing was different. Shorter stride. Slight inward turn of both feet, as if whoever made them had been unsteady. And these prints weren't filled with drift the way the earlier ones were. These were crisp. Recent. Moments old. I hadn't been outside long enough for someone to make them without me seeing. My breath fogged inside my hood. I followed the line with my eyes. They reached toward the station door. Stopped just short. Maybe 2 feet from where I stood. Then, nothing. No prints leading away. No prints doubling back. Just a sudden end. Like the walker had stepped forward. And vanished. A sharp crack sounded behind me. I spun so fast my head pulled sideways, narrowing my vision. Snow whipped, light scattered, and for a moment everything was white and empty. But the sound, like a branch snapping, had come from the trees. I took 1 step backward toward the station door. Another crack closer. It didn't sound like wood under strain. It sounded like joints. Like something stiff learning how to move. I forced my body to turn away and get inside. The wind slammed the door behind me hard enough to make the frame shudder. Inside, the warmth felt suffocating. I locked the door, slid the deadbolt, and stood with my forehead against the metal. My pulse raced in my ears, a wild, unsteady thrum. I grabbed my radio and raised the emergency channel. K-27 to base theta. This is Dr. Lowe. I need confirmation of any ground teams in the area. Over. Static. Then a soft pop. Then more static. I repeated the call. Nothing. I switched frequencies. Nothing. The storm was eating the signal. I forced myself back into motion. If I stood still too long, the tension built until it felt unbearable. I returned to the console and saved the camera footage, the still frames of the prints, and the sensor logs onto a transfer drive. The interior sensor kept blinking every few minutes now, different zones, like something drifting through the hallways out of view. At one point, the Zone 4 sensor triggered at the far end of the station. Before I could load the camera feed, the sensor in Zone 2 triggered. Then Zone 1. Then back to Zone 4. Movement. No sound. Nothing visible. Like the building had shallow breaths. I kept telling myself it was the storm causing pressure changes and false positives. I even almost believed it until the generator lights dipped for a second, just a second, and the overhead bulbs quivered with a faint electric sigh. The wind roared louder outside. Then I heard something that didn't belong to the wind. A soft knock. Once. At the back door. My throat tightened. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Another knock. Softer. As if someone was trying to imitate a human gesture but didn't know the right rhythm. 3 seconds passed. 4. Then a slow, dragging sound slid across the door downward, scraping lightly. My skin prickled. I backed away into the main lab. My hand brushed the emergency beacon case near the wall. I didn't take my eyes off the hallway. The scraping stopped. The motion sensor blinked. Zone 3 again. Right where I had just been standing minutes earlier. The lights flickered again, just enough to send a ripple of shadow across the floor, and that tiny dip in brightness felt like a warning more than a power hiccup. I inched back toward the equipment wall until my shoulders met cold metal. From there I had a clear view of the hallway, the lab entrance, and the emergency exit door. Every exit felt too far away. The wind pounded harder against the siding, a constant low rumble that made the building feel hollow. But beneath it, I caught something else. A faint rhythmic pressure. Not sound exactly, more like subtle vibrations traveling through the metal frame. A pattern. 3 light thuds. A pause. 3 more. Close enough to mimic footsteps, but muffled. As if something heavy was stepping barefoot on the snow just outside the walls. I didn't want to check the cams again. I didn't want to see what wasn't supposed to be there. But standing still and not knowing felt worse. I forced myself back to the security console. The rear cam feed loaded first. The image jumped slightly, stabilizing into a grainy view of the blowing light. Snow tore sideways across the screen in spiraling gusts. The tree barely showed, a dark smear behind the storm. Nothing moved at first. Then, for half a second, I thought I saw motion at the edge of the frame, something upright shifting at the boundary where the snow and trees met. A smudge. A shape. But when I scrubbed back, the image blurred into static, and I couldn't tell what was real and what was a compression artifact. I checked the side cams. Nothing but blowing ice. When I switched to the hallway cams again, the feed stuttered. The timestamp froze for a moment before jumping ahead. The motion sensor light for Zone 3 blinked twice. Something had moved. But the hallway was still empty. The storm roared harder until the entire building vibrated. A cold draft wound down the corridor even though every door was sealed. I stepped back from the console as the overhead lights steadied again, buzzing faintly. A metallic sound rang out from the far end of the hallway. A single loud ping. Like something tapping the ventilation duct. Not random. Not wind. A deliberate strike. I waited, heart in my throat. Another ping. Louder. 10 seconds. Another. I walked backward until I reached the mechanical cabinet. My hand found the emergency beacon case again. This time, I opened it and pulled the beacon out. I didn't activate it. If I triggered an emergency transmission during a storm of this magnitude, rescuers would be unable to reach me for hours, maybe a full day. But having it in my hand felt like courage I didn't actually have. The pinging stopped abruptly. Then silence. The kind of silence that feels full. I kept scanning the hallway. That was when I saw the wet spot. A small dark patch on the floor near the far wall, glistening under the fluorescent lights. At first I thought it was meltwater from the ventilation condensation, but the shape was wrong. Too round. Too recent. And the corridor was warm enough that meltwater shouldn't pull like that. I took 3 slow steps forward. It was a footprint. A bare human footprint. Wet. Clean. Fresh. Like a foot had stepped directly out of melting ice and onto the tile. My mouth went dry. I looked up the hall again. Empty. But the footprint hadn't been there earlier. It was too distinct, the edges sharp, the droplets still forming tiny beads around the pad shape. It hadn't been evaporated or smeared by airflow. Someone had stepped there minutes ago. I checked the side cameras again, nothing. I checked the back door camera, nothing. I checked the sensor logs, Zone 3 triggered, then Zone 2, then back to Zone 3, all within the last 2 minutes. My hand shook as I moved back toward the lab, the emergency beacon clutched tight. The whole building felt like it was holding its breath. A soft creak sounded overhead. I froze. The ventilation shaft above the hallway flexed slightly. Not enough to buckle. Just enough to shift. I stared at the grate. The screws held. The metal was intact. But something had pressed against it. Something moving through the vents. I shook my head almost violently. No! The vents were too small. Even crawling, no one, not even a child, could fit through them. They were explicitly designed that way for safety. Another soft creak. Then another. Moving away from the hallway, toward the rear of the station. I followed the sound without thinking. Something about the slow, steady movement made my fear turn sharp. The vents ran over the specimen room, the supply closet, and eventually the mudroom corridor. The mudroom, where the back door was. The heavy knocks earlier came back to mind. The dragging sound. The fresh set of prints that ended without explanation. I reached the mudroom door and listened. Nothing. Just wind. The vents above didn't move now. The metal looked undisturbed. The light overhead flickered once as the wind slammed the wall outside. But then, very softly, something brushed the back door. Not knocking. Not scratching. A slow slide upward. Like a hand dragging across the metal surface from the outside. The motion sensor in the hallway blinked yellow again. I stepped back. Another slide across the metal. Then, silence again. I didn't want to open the door. I didn't want to look at the cams anymore either. The storm was nearly full whiteout. If something was out there, I wouldn't see more than a blur. I backed into the main lab and made myself breathe in sets of 4 counts. Then something happened that broke the fragile control I had left. The generator ticked harder. The lights dimmed to half their brightness for nearly a full second. A mechanical shudder rolled through the floor, an unmistakable vibration of sudden load strain. Something heavy was leaning on the building, pressing against it. The emergency panel beeped as the generator stabilized, but not fully. Power was still lower than normal. I ran to the rear cam feed one last time. At first all I saw was storm. Then, as the gusts shifted, I saw them. The heavy footprints. New ones. Dozens. Circling the building. Some leading right up to the wall beneath the cam. Some directly below the window frame. All fresh. All deep. All heavier than a human could ever make. My scalp crawled. The storm grew louder and louder until the entire world outside went white. I backed away from the console, clutching the beacon so tightly my knuckles hurt. I activated it. A piercing tone filled the room, the emergency distress signal broadcasting through ice-thick air. The station lights fluttered again. Another deep pressure rolled through the floor. And just before the wind swallowed the sound, something tapped once on the exterior wall. A confirmation. A response. Like something out there had been waiting for the beacon. Waiting for me to call for help. Waiting for the storm. Waiting for night. I stayed in the center of the lab, beacon flashing, as the prints filled every side of the station in the blowing dark, sealing me in with nothing left to do but wait and listen. And hope the walls held. My name is Tyler Shaw, and I am a certified field electrician contracted by the Southwestern Research Infrastructure Reclamation Program. On the morning this happened, I had been assigned to conduct a structural and electrical inspection of an abandoned solar array test post deep in the Sonoran Desert, about 40 miles off the nearest service road. The facility had been mothballed for 8 years after funding evaporated, and according to the briefing file, all systems were permanently shut down, stripped, and tagged for dismantling. My job was simple: verify the arrays were inert, document panel integrity, check wiring for copper scavenging, and confirm that nothing on-site posed a hazard before the dismantling crew came next month. The drive out was the kind of lonely that makes the air feel too big. Even for the desert, the silence was heavy. The research post looked skeletal when I finally saw it. 9 fan-shaped panel clusters angled on steel mounting struts, a control shack the size of a shipping container, and 1 wind-torn shade canopy still clinging to a corner of the concrete pad. Everything else had fallen victim to sun rot. I parked my truck where the map indicated the old loading zone had been, stepped out, and immediately noticed something that didn't register as wrong until a few seconds later. Every solar panel was facing away from the sun. Not just misaligned the way neglected mounts tend to sag, I mean every cluster was deliberately angled toward the western horizon, where the sky still held a trace of night's bruise-colored remnants. I frowned at the sight. Panels don't just do that. Even when servos fail, they freeze in position or tilt to whatever their last programmed sweep angle was. These looked like they were posing. I chalked it up to a likely mechanical seizure. Too much heat exposure can warp track runners, and when desert wind keeps pushing at the frames, weird symmetry sometimes happens. Probably nothing. Probably. Clipboard in hand, I started my walk around, noting the predictable damage: cracked panel glass, sand chute wiring sleeves, anchor bolts loosened by thermal expansion. But I kept glancing at the direction of the panels. They weren't just facing west, they were all angled with uncanny uniformity, as though someone had measured their alignment with intent. When I approached the second cluster, I braced my hand on the frame out of habit, checking for any residual charge even though the grid was supposed to be dead. It was cold metal. No hum. No shiver of current. I released the brake latch on a single panel so I could rotate it manually. It took effort, the hinge had seized from years of grit. When the panel finally gave, it squealed like something being dragged across stone. I twisted it toward the sun, locking it at an optimal angle. Then I stepped back. At first, nothing happened. I made a note. I turned toward the third cluster. A faint metallic shift behind me made me pause. Like a chair leg scraping slowly across concrete. A sound that had no business existing in that vast emptiness. I turned around. The panels were moving. Not a sudden jerk or a motorized sweep, just a slow, steady, deliberate tilt. The one I had rotated was shifting back toward alignment with the others. The entire array was pivoting, like a field of metallic sunflowers following something that wasn't the sun. The facility had no electricity. The control systems had been gutted. There was no grid, no motor power, no wind strong enough to move 9 separate clusters simultaneously and uniformly. And yet I watched the angle change, slow but undeniable, until the panel I had touched matched the rest again, all of them staring fixedly at that dark, empty horizon. I took an involuntary step back, gravel crunching beneath my boot. I waited for that jolt of panic, but what I felt instead was a cold mechanical confusion. I've seen equipment do strange things. Maladaptive servo memory. Misread magnetometer orientation. Stress-warped mounts. But not this synchronized, and not without a power source. The horizon they faced was bare. Just low ridgelines, sun-baked dirt, and an old weather station tower collapsed in the distance. Nothing moved. No wind. No wildlife. I tried to convince myself it was just heat shimmer bending my perception. But heat shimmer doesn't make steel pivot. When the movement stopped, the desert fell silent again, like whatever had passed through the world had just left it. I inhaled slowly, pinching the bridge of my nose, grounding myself. I reminded myself that the dismantling team would need clear, objective documentation. I couldn't write panels move themselves on an engineering report. There had to be a mechanical explanation. Something subtle. Something I hadn't observed yet. I walked to the back of the nearest cluster and examined the actuator motor housing. Empty. Wiring had been removed entirely, leaving only bolt holes. I checked the mount bearings. They were oxidized to hell. They shouldn't have been capable of smooth rotation, let alone coordinated motion across the entire array. A thought crept in before I could push it away. What exactly had they tested here before the shutdown? Solar tracking? Atmospheric coherence studies? Something else? The file just called it a spectral irradiance behavior outpost, which could mean a dozen different obscure research objectives. I heard another metallic noise. Quiet. Almost polite. Like a hinge gently settling. It came from the far end of the field. I walked toward it, boots crunching over sun-whitened gravel, telling myself it was nothing. That it had to be thermal expansion. That the metal was just shifting under heat. The third panel cluster had tilted another degree toward the horizon, just enough to be noticeable if you knew what to look for. The panel closest to me seemed angled slightly different from the others, as though it had reacted to my approach. Then my radio crackled. Not with a voice, just static. A faint, rhythmic pulse. Almost like the scraping sound of the panels. Like breathing. The facility wasn't supposed to transmit anything. I tightened my grip on the radio. Something in the silence felt like it was waiting. The static in my radio wasn't loud, but it didn't fit. Old equipment sometimes picks up interference from atmospheric conditions, but this wasn't the wide, hissing blanket of environmental static. It had a cadence, a faint up-down pulse like someone slowly dragging a metal edge across concrete and repeating the pattern every few seconds. The kind of rhythm a person makes when they don't realize they're being listened to. I held the radio close to my ear and rotated slowly, checking for any change in the signal strength. The pulse didn't increase or fade. It just kept ticking, steady and indifferent. The desert was still empty around me, but now the emptiness felt like an answer instead of an absence. I lowered the radio and scanned the array again. All 9 clusters remained angled toward the dark horizon, rigid and uniform, but the cluster I had approached, cluster 3 in my notes, looked a hair off from the rest, as if it had shifted another millimeter while I wasn't looking. That thought didn't want to settle, so I made myself look directly at the bearings again. Dust had built up in the grooves, undisturbed for years. Nothing about these metal joints should have been able to move so quietly or so cleanly. But they had. I'd seen it. I tried to focus on the job. Document first, panic later. My clipboard trembled slightly in my grip, so I took a slow breath and steadied it. I wrote down the observation in neutral terms. Unexplained synchronized tilt adjustments noted across array. Possible ground instability or thermal distortion. It felt dishonest, but what else could I write? I decided to inspect the control shack. If there had been unauthorized tampering or leftover equipment someone forgot to remove, it would be in there. Maybe the panels were mechanically linked underground through an old synchronization conduit. Maybe someone had retrofitted something before the shutdown. I crossed the field toward the shack. The closer I got, the more I noticed how the desert heat radiated off the surrounding metal. Everything around the arrays shimmered slightly. The shack door had been padlocked shut years ago, but the lock hung broken, rusted through at the base. Not recently snapped, it had simply deteriorated until the metal gave up. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior was dark except for a strip of sunlight slicing through a missing slat in the wall. Dust layered everything like skin. Old monitors sat dark, cables snaked across the floor, and a rack of stripped circuit boards lined one wall. The air smelled stale, like oxidized wiring and trapped heat. Then, on the far table, I saw something that didn't fit the rest of the abandonment. A binder. Pristine. White. No dust on the cover. Placed dead center on the table like someone had set it there this morning. The bold label on the spine read, Tracking Log, Array 9B. I approached it slowly, listening for anything outside. The radio remained clipped to my belt, still murmuring its faint metallic pulse. I opened the binder. Inside were printed sheets, neat and uniform, each stamped with dates, recent ones. Not 8 years old. Not even last year. These were from last month. And last week. And one dated yesterday. Each log entry measured the array's position at specific times of day. Not solar-optimized angles. All readings pointed to the same orientation, west by southwest. Several entries had handwritten notes. Responsive to field presence. Angle shift recorded at 0819 hours. Cluster 3 deviated from group alignment during observer inspection. Cause unknown. Array reoriented post-adjustment without motor activation. This wasn't a dismantling log. Someone had been studying the exact same phenomenon I just witnessed. My pulse quickened. I flipped to the end of the binder, and the last entry made my breath catch. Do not remain in field after 11:40. Behavior escalates. No signature. No date. No explanation. Just a time. I glanced at my watch. 11:26 a.m. The room suddenly felt smaller. The desert heat outside pulsed against the shack walls like a quiet heartbeat. The rational part of me tried to reassert itself, probably an intern leaving a joke, probably nothing serious, but the words stuck behind my ribs. I heard the metallic scrape again. Not faint this time. Not a whisper on the wind. This time it echoed directly from the array field. I stepped out of the shack. Every panel in the array had shifted several degrees. All of them were now pointing at the shack. I froze in the doorway, one hand still gripping the jamb. The sun glinted off the glass surfaces, forming a shimmering line of reflected brightness aimed squarely at me. The bearings weren't groaning. There were no motors. No wind. No vibration. The panels had simply turned, all at once, silent as breath, tracking me instead of the horizon. I backed away slowly, my boots crunching on gravel. As soon as I moved, a soft, smooth series of clicks rippled through the field like a line of synchronized vertebrae aligning. The panels adjusted again. They were following me. My radio pulsed harder now, static rising in pitch, as though something in the signal was reacting too. My throat tightened. I didn't run, not yet. I walked backward toward my truck, refusing to turn my back on the field. My breath sounded too loud. Even the desert birds had gone silent. When I reached the halfway point between the shack and the truck, the panels dipped slightly. Not toward me, but downward, as if bracing. Then cluster 3, always slightly off from the others, tilted farther and locked into place, aimed at a point on the ground a few feet from where I stood. A prickle climbed the back of my neck. The ground where it pointed wasn't ordinary sand. The color changed, a darker patch, circular, almost like disturbed gravel. I hadn't seen it earlier, but it was too symmetrical to be natural. I edged closer, every instinct screaming not to. When my boot nudged the edge of the patch, the sand there collapsed inward like a thin crust breaking. That patch wasn't solid ground at all. It was a covering. Thin. Purposeful. And beneath it, something hollow waited. The radio crackled sharply in my ear. Then the panel shifted again, this time angling down at the hollow spot with absolute precision, as if instructing me. Or warning me. I stared at the hollowed patch, pulse hammering hard enough that I could feel it in my teeth. The sand crust around the circle wasn't natural. It was too cleanly packed, too deliberately shaped. Someone had covered something recently. Days ago, maybe hours. And the panels had been pointing at it like a row of outstretched fingers trying to direct my attention. Or divert it. I forced myself to crouch. My hand hovered over the thin surface. The heat radiating off the desert floor made my skin prickle, but beneath that sun-baked layer I felt cold. A faint chill rising through the sand. Cold meant depth. Depth meant man-made structure. A buried conduit, maybe. Old wiring. Sensor housing. Something that could explain, at least partially, why the arrays behaved the way they did. I brushed sand aside with the edge of my glove. The crust broke apart easily, revealing a recessed metal plate beneath it. Faded yellow hazard stripes ran across the surface, eroded until they looked like bruises. A small square maintenance lock sat near one corner. It was a hatch, and it had been opened recently. The dust line said so. There was a fresh arc where the plate had been shifted and then replaced, but whoever had covered it hadn't packed the sand tightly afterward. It was a rush job. A temporary concealment. My radio pulsed again. Faster. I looked at the array. Every single panel was aimed downward at the hatch. Not a single degree off. The desert suddenly felt smaller, like the air around me thickened into something you could lean on. I told myself I needed to open the hatch, just a peek, just enough to understand what I was dealing with. But something in me resisted. Because whatever I found down there, I wasn't sure it would stay beneath the surface once I saw it. Still, I had to know. I hooked my fingers under the metal lip. The hatch gave easily, too easily. The hinges didn't scream or grind. The motion was smooth, oiled. Well maintained. Someone had kept this hatch in working order long after the station was abandoned. The plate swung open. Cold air exhaled from the dark below. Not a breeze, just the sinking, hollow chill of a place untouched by sunlight. A narrow ladder descended into a shaft no wider than a closet. 10 feet down, the concrete floor of a service tunnel appeared, illuminated faintly by a strip of emergency lights that definitely shouldn't have been on. My chest tightened. There was power down there. Residual battery? Someone's portable system? Or a grid no one had recorded? I should have left. I should have sealed the hatch and called for rangers, for the reclamation office, for anyone. But instead, I clipped my radio higher on my vest, grabbed the ladder, and began to descend. Each run was cold under my hands, colder than metal should be under midday desert heat. The kind of deep cold that settles into infrastructure when something has been drawing power continuously. At the bottom, the tunnel stretched in both directions, left and right, vanishing into shadow. The emergency lights hummed weakly, barely enough to outline the walls. Cables ran along the ceiling in organized bundles. Some were cut. Some were intact. Some pulsed faintly, carrying just enough current to keep the lights alive. A scraping sound echoed behind me. I flinched and looked up. The hatch above had not closed, but the solar panels had shifted again. From the edge of the shaft, their reflections glinted like a circle of glass eyes peering down at me. Watching. Waiting. I swallowed and turned down the left passage. The tunnel was dry, dustless, the air too clean. My footsteps echoed softly. After maybe 50 yards, I reached a room. A small substation, breaker panels, diagnostics equipment, a wall-mounted cabinet cracked open. Tools were scattered across the floor. A thermos lay near the corner. The liquid inside had evaporated, but not long ago. A coiled extension cable led to a portable power box still humming faintly. Someone had been working here. The big question was whether they were still here. My breath fogged slightly. The cold was getting worse. Then I noticed a mark on the concrete wall beside the breaker panel. A smear. Dark. Dull. Old blood dries brown, but this smear still had a reddish tint. Not fresh, but not 8 years old either. I touched it with a gloved finger and felt the sticky drag of partially clotted residue. Someone got hurt down here. Badly. My radio crackled suddenly, loud enough to make me jerk. The pulsing static had changed. Now it repeated in 2 short bursts, one long. 2 short, one long. Then again. 2 short, one long. My chest tightened. It wasn't random. Not atmospheric. Not interference. It was a signal. I stepped back toward the ladder shaft. I needed to get topside, call for help, alert someone who could handle whatever this place had turned into. But when I reached the base of the ladder, I froze. The shaft was darker than before. Something was covering part of the opening. I looked up. The panels had shifted again, closer, angling inward over the hatch, forming a cage of overlapping reflections. Not touching, but close enough that daylight barely filtered through. They were blocking the exit. And they had done it silently. I felt heat rise under my collar. Panic threatened to break through, but I pushed it down. If they had moved in, they could move away. It wasn't conscious. Couldn't be. These were panels, not animals. Just mechanical structures responding to. To what? To me. The static pulsed again. 2 short. 1 long. I lifted the radio with trembling hands. Then, from above, another sound cut through the desert silence. A thump. Heavy. Measured. Another. Thump. The panels shifted at the sound very slightly, like they were reacting to something approaching across the desert. Not me. Something behind them, out there on the horizon they had been watching all morning. I backed down the tunnel until my shoulders hit the wall. Every instinct I had insisted I stay silent. Above the hatch, something moved. Sand cascaded around the edge. A shadow crossed a narrow opening. Then another thump, closer now, enough to shake dust loose from the ceiling. Whatever the panels had been following wasn't the sun. And now it had arrived. I held my breath, clutching the radio, and the static pulsed again, faster, like a warning. 2 short. 1 long. I didn't know what it meant, not really. But every solar panel on the field was pointed the same direction. Away from the sun. Away from me. Toward whatever was standing up there now. And as the shadow passed over the hatch again, blotting out the remaining sliver of daylight, I understood one thing with absolute clarity. The panels weren't misaligned. They were bracing. For something that preferred the dark. And it was waiting for me to climb back up. My name is Dr. Meyer Renner, and I serve as a field geophysicist under the North Continental Seismic Monitoring Initiative. On the morning of June 4th, I was ordered to perform a rapid retrieval assessment at Seismic Stationer 09, an outpost that had been abandoned for 6 years, ever since the surface rupture that destroyed half the structure and killed all 3 staff members inside. It had been considered unsafe to re-enter since then. My assignment was simple: collect the old drive arrays, verify structural integrity where possible, and leave before noon. The weather window was short, and the site was notorious for instability. I wasn't told, at least not directly, about the welded door. The station stood in a shallow basin at the base of a cliff wall, the metal siding warped and peeled like overheated plastic. The parking pad had collapsed into a fissure. The air felt oddly still, as if the terrain itself was holding its breath. I walked the perimeter with my handheld seismograph, logging microtremors, noting stress lines, and confirming vibration levels. Nothing unusual. Nothing that justified the tension I felt. Inside, the station was exactly as the shutdown team's photos showed: overturned chairs, broken shelving, papers scattered by the evacuation rotors. The emergency lighting still worked, flickering with a sickly yellow glow. Most of the lab equipment had been stripped during the initial investigation, but the core server remained, powered by a small diesel backup system that should have been long dead. But the real reason I'd been sent, the reason buried in the fine print, stood at the end of the main corridor. The radio room. The welded radio room. I heard the noise before I saw the door, a thick, layered hum that pulsed in uneven waves, like recorded static run through amplifiers until the distortion became physical. The sound vibrated through the floor, out my legs, into my ribs. It made the air taste metallic. When I reached the door, I understood why the noise felt wrong. Someone had welded the frame shut. Not sealed with screws or padlocks, welded. A thick seam of cold metal around the entire edge, still darkened as if it had been done in haste. Inside, the equipment was running. Loudly. Far louder than any radio bank should, certainly louder than anything powered by a backup generator that shouldn't be functioning at all. I tried the handle out of reflex. It didn't budge. The metal was cold enough to bite into my skin. The strange part was the vibration. It wasn't constant. It pulsed, as though the equipment inside was reacting to something external. Something rhythmic. Something alive. I stepped back, forcing my mind into procedure. The generator had to be checked first. If the backup system was somehow still running, it could be a hazard. But the deeper part of me, something I tried to ignore, knew the generator wasn't responsible. The hum felt too directed. Almost like it was listening. The generator sat in a narrow service alcove behind the storage bay. I unlatched the metal panel, expecting heat, exhaust residue, something. But the entire unit was cold. Dead. No lights. No rumble. No fuel smell. Not even residual warmth. Yet the station had power. The radio room had power. Which meant something was energizing only that part of the grid. When I returned to the corridor, the welded door seemed louder. Not the equipment itself, the air. Like the hall had become a speaker, amplifying something trying to force its way through. It reminded me of standing too close to a subwoofer during college concerts, when the bass hit so hard it scrambled your heartbeat for a second. I pressed my ear against the metal despite every instinct telling me not to. Beneath the roaring static, beneath the distortion, I heard something unmistakable. Voices. Not words. Not language. But the pattern of human speech rising, falling, overlapping, repeating. Like a crowd whispering through a broken intercom. I stepped back so fast I nearly tripped over a fallen tool crate. I should have left. I should have logged the anomaly, exited the building, and requested a specialized containment team. But something about the welded door bothered me on a professional level. Someone had sealed it from the outside. Not to protect the equipment, but to keep the equipment from interacting with the rest of the station. Or to keep something inside. I ran a full structural test on the near wall. The vibrations peaked when I aimed the scanner directly at the radio room, far higher than the machinery inside could logically cause. Whatever was creating the noise, it wasn't transmitting through the building. It was resonating through it. The frequencies mapped out strangely too, bending around other rooms, flowing like water through the corridor. When I transferred the readings to my tablet, the error messages stacked instantly, Invalid waveform. Signal overflow. Feedback anomaly. The software interpreting seismic data couldn't parse the radio frequencies. That shouldn't happen. Ever. Then the lights flickered. A brief strobe, 2 rapid pulses, then steady again. I didn't move. Because the pulses matched something I'd seen before. 2-pulse warnings are used in seismic stations when motion sensors detect movement inside restricted rooms. But the radio room had been welded shut since the collapse. And no one was supposed to be inside. I stepped closer. The hum intensified. My tablet vibrated against my hip, physical vibration, not notification. I knew then that something inside the room was interacting with the environment, not just with the equipment. But when my light hit the bottom of the welded seam, my breath stopped completely. Fresh dust had been pushed out from beneath the door. Not much. Just a thin line. But enough to see clearly. Something inside had brushed against it recently. Something inside the welded room had moved. And the equipment wasn't just running. Every dial inside had been turned to maximum. The moment I saw the thin line of disturbed dust beneath the welded door, my body reacted before my mind caught up. Every instinct pulled backward, away from the corridor, away from that room that should have been silent for 6 years. But the hum kept rising, like the equipment inside sensed I was still there. The vibrations deepened until the fluorescent lights above me buzzed in protest. I forced my breathing to steady. Fear makes mistakes, and mistakes in a structurally compromised building can kill as effectively as whatever was happening in that room. I kept one hand on the wall to feel for the telltale trembling of an imminent aftershock. Nothing. The floor, the walls, the beam structures, silent. Whatever I felt wasn't the earth. It was the room. I backed away only far enough that I could still see the welded seam. I took a knee and aimed my flashlight directly at the line of dust. It wasn't just pushed outward, it had been dragged. A faint streak, like something brushed its edge against the floor while shifting position inside. The streak pointed toward the hallway. Toward me. I swallowed hard and tried to rationalize. Rodents? But no animal could generate that kind of vibration. And the room had been sealed. No openings. No airflow. No access. Nothing alive could be in there. The hum dimmed for a moment, dropping to a low thrumming. And in that brief quiet, something changed. I heard breathing. Slow. Measured. Too heavy to be my own. I rose quietly, scanning the length of the corridor. The lights flickered again, another 2-pulse strobe. Movement detected. The station had old sensors built into the ceilings. They shouldn't have worked, they'd been disconnected after the collapse. Unless something in the radio room had powered them. I walked backward until I reached the junction between the hall and the storage wing. That spot had better cross-bracing and gave me a quick exit route if the structure shifted. I set my equipment case down and pulled out the portable endoscope camera. If I could slip just a tip through a gap in the welding seam, I might get visual confirmation. But as soon as my gloved fingers touched the seam, the metal vibrated so sharply I hissed and pulled back. The vibration wasn't mechanical anymore. It felt responsive. Then the hum surged. Not gradually. Violently. My tablet sprang to life with warnings, the screen glitching with seismic-like waves even though the sensors weren't aimed at the ground. The waveform twisted upward like a vertical spike. A saturation line. A dead zone. It was the kind of reading you only get when something overwhelms the sensors entirely. Then came the voices again. Clearer now. Layered, too many at once. Not shouting. Not whispering. Just talking. An impossible chorus, as though a full room of people were murmuring through a wall made of static. Not a single word was intelligible, but the tone chilled me. They weren't distressed or panicked. They sounded analytical. Observing. I steadied my light and reached for my radio. The second I keyed the mic, feedback screamed through the hallway, sharp enough to send a spike of pain into my teeth. I dropped the radio instinctively. The sound didn't stop. It continued pulsing as though the equipment inside the room was responding to my attempt at communication. I kicked the radio away from the door. The feedback followed it like a spotlight. I didn't understand how that was possible. The only connection the radio room had to the building was through wiring that should have been ripped apart during the collapse. But the sound tracked my device across the floor. I took a slow breath, then another. Panic wasn't helping. I needed to observe, document, and leave. I wasn't here to solve the mystery. But I had to know enough to write a formal hazard report, something that justified sealing the entire property as restricted. I decided to check the back access corridor. It looped around the rear of the radio room, thin wall, no welding. If the vibrations were strong on that side, I could confirm the source wasn't structural resonance. But I didn't even reach the turn. Halfway down the hall, the station's internal PA clicked on. The system had no power. The speakers had been ripped during the collapse. But the click was unmistakable, the pop of a channel opening. Then a voice bled through the static. Not one of the layered voices. Not the murmur. A single voice. Female. Breathing hard. Then, in a tone so faint I barely heard it. Don't let it see you. I froze. For a second, I thought I'd imagined it. But the hum changed instantly, sharpening like something in the radio room had reacted not to the PA, but to me stopping. Another pulse of static hissed through the speaker. Then the same voice whispered again, strained. It hears movement. The PA cut out with a dry pop. The lights flickered once. Then twice. Movement detected. I pressed myself against the wall, holding my breath, staying absolutely still. The corridor felt tighter, the air thick enough to choke on. The hum from the radio room shifted again, taking on a strange oscillation, rising, falling, cycling through uneven steps. It reminded me of a motion tracking system searching for a target. I didn't dare move, but I had to think. Quickly. Whatever was in there, whatever was powering the equipment, it wasn't acting blindly. It was responding. Listening. Tracking. The welded door suddenly made more sense. Someone had locked the room not to keep people out, but to keep something in. The hum spiked so sharply the floor trembled. Then, without warning, the welded seam glowed faintly. Not brightly. Just enough for me to see a thin line of heat spreading across the metal. Something inside was pressing against the door. And the heat was rising. If the weld failed, the door would open. And I had no idea what was on the other side. The glowing seam along the welded door spread like a slow exhale of embers, faint but undeniable. I watched the thin line brighten, then dim, then brighten again, pulsing in time with the hum radiating from inside. I didn't need my equipment to tell me the metal wasn't just heating. It was flexing. Whatever pushed against it wasn't applying brute force. It was testing, probing, feeling, and it was learning. I edged backward inch by inch, careful not to make a sound. My boots moved silently across the dust, my breath held tight against my ribs. The air carried a low crackle that felt like static crawling over my skin. The lights above me trembled with each pulse. Every nerve in my body screamed to run, but the voice from the PA echoed in my skull. It hears movement. So I moved slowly. controlled, barely shifting my weight. I made it 10 feet before the hum abruptly cut off. Silence. Pure and total. The kind of silence you get inside a sealed anechoic chamber, thick, suffocating, unnatural. Even the distant wind outside felt like it had stopped. The fluorescent bulbs above me froze in mid-flicker. The silence was worse than the noise, because it meant it was listening. I didn't dare breathe. My body started to ache from the tension of holding still. A bead of sweat slid down my neck, hot against the unnatural cold. Then, softly, like fingers brushing fabric, I heard something tap the inside of the welded door. Once. Twice. 3 times. Then a slow glide of metal on metal as something traced the seam from the other side. The welded frame warmed again, a faint glow under the surface. For one horrifying moment, I thought it would peel open like a tin can. But then the tapping stopped. The warmth faded. The hum didn't return. Instead, from behind the door, I heard breathing. Not human. Not animal. It was deep, resonant, and layered like multiple lungs inhaling at once, slightly out of sync. The sound vibrated through the metal and into the floor, passing up through my boots into my legs. Something huge was inside that room. And it wasn't trapped. It was waiting. I forced myself to think. Slowly. Precisely. I needed to get out of the station. I needed to reach daylight and distance. The main exit was 20 meters down the corridor. If I moved gradually enough, I might avoid triggering whatever the thing was tracking. I shifted my weight 1 millimeter at a time and turned toward the exit. The breathing behind the door shifted too. Matching me. It knew. It knew I was moving. I froze again, adrenaline prickling along my spine. My heartbeat felt painfully loud, so loud I worried the vibration alone would give me away. Then a sound drifted through the corridor. A warped, stretched version of a voice. My voice. A perfect mimic of my tone, distorted through static, whispering from behind the welded door. Don't go. The world seemed to tilt. My stomach dropped. My pulse hammered. That wasn't possible. There were no recordings of me in this station. I hadn't spoken near the room. I hadn't given it anything to imitate. It had learned my voice just from hearing me breathe. The mimic repeated it again, closer, clearer, less distorted. Don't go. Dr. Renner. My full name. A cold chill swept across my back, as if someone had exhaled inches from my skin. I didn't turn. Couldn't. I knew what I would or wouldn't see. The room was sealed. Nothing could be behind me. But I felt watched. The kind of watch that comes from something inches away, gaining shape in the dark. The hum returned suddenly, surging through the floor like a tremor. Not random this time. Patterned. Calculated. The walls vibrated with a low-coded rhythm, almost like a scanning pulse. Then, far down the hall behind me, the PA system clicked on again. Static crackled. Then the same female voice from before whispered urgently. Maya, move now. It's learning too fast. The welded door shuddered violently. That was enough. I didn't care how quiet I had to be. I moved. At first, carefully, small steps, controlled breaths, but the moment I reached the turn toward the exit, the hum behind me erupted into a violent roar. The metal seam blazed bright white for a split second, then a deep crack echoed like a splitting tooth. The weld was failing. I broke into a full sprint. The station groaned as if something massive shifted inside the radio room. The hallway lights flickered wildly, then burst into darkness. My boots slammed the concrete, dust lifting with every step. The air felt wrong, pressurized, vibrating, as if the entire station was resonating with the thing that was waking up inside. Behind me, the door tore open with a shriek of ripping metal. The sound of multiple voices, layered, overlapping, spilled into the hall. Some high, some low, some in tones no human throat could produce. They weren't calling to me. They were repeating me. Every breath, every footstep, every heartbeat. I slammed into the main entryway, grabbed the handle, and twisted. For one horrible moment, it didn't move. Then it gave. I burst into daylight as a concussive shockwave of sound blasted from the corridor behind me. The entire building vibrated, windows humming in their frames. I leapt off the threshold and hit the gravel outside as the echo rolled across the basin like a seismic wave. The didn't stop at the door. It bled into the air, into the ground, into the open sky. A low, rumbling resonance that felt like it extended far below the fault line, deep into the earth. I scrambled to my feet and ran toward my truck, heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst. The chased me across the broken ground, rising, rising, rising. Then it stopped abruptly. Silence again. A silence so sudden it hurt my ears. I reached the truck, threw myself inside, slammed the door, and turned the ignition. The engine roared to life. My hands shook so violently I could barely keep the wheel steady. I floored it, gravel spraying behind me as I tore down the access road. Only when I was nearly a kilometer away did my radio crackle. A soft breath. A faint voice. My voice. Maya, don't let it see you. I hurled the radio out the window. In the rearview mirror, the station sat silent. Unmoving. Harmless. But I knew deep in my bones that the welded door had been sealed for a reason. Whatever lived in that radio room had been contained once. Not for safety. Not for science. But because if it ever learned enough, it wouldn't stop at the station. And today, I helped it learn. My name is Elise Moran, and my profession is the documentation of solo survival expeditions in remote parts of the American West. For the last 6 years, I have built a career on traveling alone with nothing but cameras, basic gear, and a willingness to step into places most people don't even notice on a map. On the morning this happened, I was filming in a region of Northern California known by hikers as Granite Hollow, a bowl-shaped depression cut into ancient bedrock, surrounded by uneven ridges and narrow switchbacks that funnel wind like a whistle. The original plan was simple, a single-day shoot to capture footage for a new series on micronavigation techniques. No overnight camping. No long-distance trekking. Just a quick in-and-out film session. That was before my cameras started switching on by themselves. The day began normally enough. I parked my truck at the unmarked pullout just off the fire road, hoisted my pack, and walked the half-mile into the hollow. The sun was already burning the mist off the boulders, and the granite itself radiated warmth even in the early hours. I spent the first 40 minutes doing what I always do, staging my opening shots, checking audio, cleaning lenses, and recording a brief intro sequence that I knew I would probably reshoot later. I'm meticulous like that. The silence was perfect for filming, no hikers, no distant engines, no wind. Just a faint crackle of dry pine needles under my boots and the regular click of my camera as I adjusted settings. It was only when I set down my primary DSLR on a tripod to capture a wide shot of the basin that I noticed something off. The camera's indicator light blinked from standby to active recording without my touching anything. I frowned, walked over, checked the firmware, and reviewed the last few seconds of the file. It showed me walking away from the camera, and then showed someone else walking behind me. A figure. out of frame, just at the edge of the lens's view, like a fragment of a shadow broken by sunlight. The shape moved in the same direction I had moved but didn't follow my exact path. Instead, it drifted slightly to the right, skirting the boulder I had passed while shooting my demonstration of map triangulation. I stared at the playback and tried to force a rational explanation into the moment. Heat distortion? A trick of light on granite? Maybe an animal brushing past the edge of the lens? That seemed unlikely. The movement was deliberate, upright, human. And the worst part, the time code matched the exact moment I turned my back. I shut off the camera, restarted it, checked the battery contact, and filmed a short test shot. Everything worked normally. I told myself the footage glitch was a coincidence and tried to move on. But I felt a kind of static in the air, like the atmosphere had grown thick and electric. The hollow was too quiet now. I raised my head, listening for footsteps, voices, anything that would confirm someone else was around. Nothing. I rotated to get a full look at the terrain. The hollow had no easy drop-in points. Anyone entering from the west ridge would have had to make a considerable amount of noise. The east ridge was even harder, loose shale that crackled like breaking glass when stepped on. I knew this location well. I'd scouted it twice before, and I'd never once seen another hiker here. Still, I grabbed my handheld camera, switched to live view, and swept the area while recording. Nothing moved. I resumed filming the next segment, but something in me tightened with each passing minute. The sensation of being watched was no longer subtle. It pressed down like a weight between my shoulder blades. The air felt wrong, not dangerous exactly, but alert, as if the landscape was listening more intently than it should. The sun kept climbing, but the temperature didn't rise the way it should have. Pockets of cool air drifted through, pockets that didn't belong in a granite basin under cloudless sky. I tried to finish the segment quickly. I narrated a map and compass drill, demonstrated a mock reroute around a loose scree slope, and then moved to reposition the tripod. When I lifted my primary camera again, I noticed that the secondary trail camera I clipped to my pack strap was already on. Recording. I hadn't touched it. I pulled it off the strap and checked the file it had captured. The camera had turned on exactly 2 minutes earlier, right around the moment I'd stepped behind a large granite slab to talk about line-of-sight navigation. The footage showed the same scene I'd just been in, except the angle was slightly tilted toward the boulder behind me. And again, there was movement. A person-sized blur shifting between two granite outcroppings, too slow and deliberate to be an animal. The figure seemed to pause for a moment, as if watching me, though the footage was too fuzzy to make out details. I stopped breathing for a few seconds. I couldn't help it. Someone was out here. Someone close enough to appear on more than one camera. Someone who was managing not to make a single audible sound in an area built from sound-amplifying stone. I set the camera down and listened again. Still nothing. No footsteps. No scraping. Just the faint hum of wind funneling between two ridges far above me. I crouched by my pack, reached for my satellite communicator, and checked for any emergency pings in the area. None. I checked recent hiker logs on the trail app. None. I checked the weather. Stable. Clear. No warnings. But there was something here with me. Something within 20 or 30 feet. And I couldn't see it. I tried to call out, just as simple as anyone there? But the words caught in my throat. The hollow swallowed sound strangely. Even my breathing felt muffled. I walked a slow circle around the basin, scanning behind every boulder, every patch of brush, every place a person might stand, crouch, hide. Nothing. Then my primary camera clicked back on. By itself. The click of the camera jolted through the basin like a nail being tapped into rock. I turned slowly, half expecting to see a hand on the shutter button, someone crouched beside the tripod, someone finally revealing themselves after stalking me for God knows how long. But there was no one. Just my camera tilted toward me, recording with a quiet red blink. The little LED reflected in the glassy surface of the lens, like an unblinking eye. Instinct told me to grab it and shut it off, but I hesitated. Something in me, maybe the part that has spent too many years documenting wilderness survival, needed to see what it was capturing. I stepped around behind the tripod, keeping my ears tuned to the rocks, expecting movement the moment my attention shifted. The screen showed me perfectly centered in the frame, but there was something else. The autofocus kept twitching, not quite deciding between me and something slightly behind my right shoulder. The lens motor whirred softly, adjusting focus, backing off, trying again. It was as if the camera thought there was another subject in frame, something I couldn't see. The wind swept through the hollow again, another cold gust that didn't match the warm sun overhead. I felt that same unpleasant static roll through me. I shut the camera off, folded the tripod legs, and slid everything into my pack with hurried movements. I wasn't panicking, not yet, but the line was thinning fast. I've filmed in dangerous places, fog-choked canyons, high-altitude passes, coastlines where rockfalls are unpredictable, but those dangers have rules. Here, the danger was human. Or seemed to be. And that felt worse than any mountain, storm, or predator. I stepped toward the north ridge, the least steep of the exits. My plan was simple: gain elevation, get a vantage, confirm visually that no one was here. The moment I left the basin floor, though, I felt the temperature shift again. The coolness wasn't random now. It drifted behind me like it was following. And every few steps, small pebbles skittered down slopes beside me, too evenly spaced to be coincidence, too soft to be natural. Halfway up the ridge, my handheld camera turned on. I heard the faint beep through my pack, a sound I recognized instantly. I froze. The slope above me was bare, a sun-exposed ramp of granite and shale. Below me, the basin stretched out with long shadows beginning to form at the edges. I didn't want to take the pack off. I didn't want to look. I knew I had to. I set the pack on a flat slab and unzipped the outer compartment. The handheld camera was recording, lens pointed upward at nothing. I pressed playback. The first few seconds made sense, just me climbing the ridge. But at the 10-second mark, the camera jerked sideways, like it had been grabbed. The footage blurred and angled toward the basin floor. A silhouette passed across the frame. The movement was slow, almost drifting. Upright. Human-shaped. But distorted longer than it should have been, stretched by motion or lighting or distance, I couldn't tell. It hovered just behind where I had been walking. My throat dried out completely. I rewound the clip, watching frame by frame. The silhouette moved differently than a person. People distribute weight, they bob, they shift their center of gravity. This shape didn't. It drifted like a shadow caught in a breeze that wasn't there. Realistic, I reminded myself. Stay rational. This is someone messing with my equipment. A hiker wearing baggy clothes. A hunter. A ranger. Except no hunter would be this quiet. And no ranger would stalk instead of announcing. The basin below me suddenly echoed faintly, as if a footstep landed on a flat rock, far away but perfectly crisp. I whipped my head around. The sound didn't repeat. I zeroed in on the direction, southwest side of the hollow, near the cluster of boulders I'd used for my earlier map demonstration. The exact area where the figure had appeared in the first playback. I clipped the handheld camera to my chest and took the fastest route to higher ground. My pulse thumped hard in my ears. The ridge was steep enough that each shift of gravel felt amplified. I reached the crest and scanned every inch of the terrain. Nothing moved. The hollows, the cracks, the steep shadows, all empty. The light was beginning to harden as afternoon inched closer. Shadows sharpened edges on the rock, making everything look more angular, harsher, like the place had aged by decades in the last hour. That's when I heard breathing. Not close. Not right behind me. But carried upward from the basin floor. Heavy, steady, human breathing. It echoed in a way that made no sense, like it was being funneled through the rock itself. I crouched low, watching the hollow. The breathing didn't match mine. It didn't speed or slow with my movements. It was its own rhythm. Controlled. Unhurried. Then my satellite communicator buzzed. A new message. I nearly dropped it when I saw the timestamp because the device requires manual input for messaging. And I hadn't sent anything. Incoming message, recording failure detected. Check primary camera. No one else had access to my devices. Not here. Not on this trip. Not ever unless I paired something manually. I checked the logs. The message had come through my own transmitter. As if it had been triggered by someone holding my equipment. I stood up slowly. My legs felt loose, watery. I scanned the ridge again, still nothing. But the breathing below changed. It grew quieter, softer, like whoever or whatever was down there had noticed I'd noticed. I took a long breath, then started moving fast east along the ridge, planning to drop into the narrow chute leading back to the fire road. The sky was still clear, but the light felt wrong, dimmer somehow, as if the granite walls were absorbing brightness rather than reflecting it. I checked behind me twice, 3 times. No movement. But I kept hearing subtle sounds, a brushed step, a shifting pebble, an exhale that wasn't mine. About 10 minutes into the ridge traverse, I made the mistake of looking at the screen of my chest-mounted camera. The device had switched to its rear camera, the one facing behind me, without any input. The live view feed showed the narrow trail behind me, perfectly empty. Then, for half a second, the autofocus twitched. And a shape filled the frame. The shape filled the frame for such a brief instant that my mind didn't catch all of it at once, only the wrongness of it. A shoulder, maybe. Or a head bent slightly forward. But the proportions were off, like the figure had been caught mid-step, too close to the camera, too sudden. By the time I froze the screen, the frame was already empty again, the trail behind me lonely and sunlit. I spun around anyway. Nothing. Just the ridge, the wind, the faint whistle of air threading between slabs of ancient stone. My pulse hammered so hard it hurt. I took the camera off my chest and forced myself to breathe slowly, deliberately. The footage could be explained, I told myself. Someone was following me. Someone intentionally messing with me. Someone who knew enough about camera tech to manipulate proximity sensors and standby features. That alone didn't make sense. My gear wasn't exactly consumer level, but it was better than the alternative, that the cameras were responding to something I couldn't see. I shoved the camera into my pack, cinched the straps tight, and headed for the eastern chute. The path narrowed quickly, forcing me to place each step carefully. The drop to my right wasn't deadly, but it was a 15-foot fall onto mixed granite and loose debris I had no intention of testing. I kept scanning the ridge behind me as I descended, watching for any sign of movement. The light was beginning to shift toward late afternoon. The shadows stretched longer, reaching up the ridge like dark fingers. I didn't like how fast the day was closing. I was about halfway down when the first rock fell. Not the tiny gravel that skitters under its own weight. This was a fist-sized stone dropping from somewhere above me, bouncing off the chute wall, and landing 3 feet ahead of where I was about to step. I stopped instantly, heart slamming. The stone was warm when I touched it, sun-warmed, but still rolling slightly, proof it had just fallen. I looked up. The ridge was bare. I listened so hard it felt like my ears were stretching toward the sky. Nothing. No boots scuffing rock. No breath. Not even wind. I moved again, faster this time. I wanted out of Granite Hollow. I wanted the fire road, the truck, the sound of an engine, the comfort of motion. But as the chutes deepened and the walls closed in, every footstep felt amplified. Every shift of gravel echoed. And then the breathing came back, deeper, closer, bouncing strangely off the stone. I whipped around, but the chute behind me was still empty. My shadow stretched long and thin across the granite, trembling slightly with each breath I took. I could see the trailhead now, a narrow brown line cutting across scrubby brush. The truck was somewhere beyond the bend. A straight shot. Maybe 10 minutes. I hurried down the last stretch of the chute, nearly losing my footing once when my boot slid on a loose patch of shale. The moment my feet hit level ground, I bolted into a fast walk, then a jog. Not a run that would make me sloppy, noisy, but fast enough to cut the time down. The brush whispered around my legs. The temperature warmed again as I left the shadowed hollow, but it didn't feel comforting. It felt like the warmth was chasing me out. When I reached the fire road, I didn't stop. I didn't look back. The truck sat alone at the pullout, exactly where I'd left it, the metal glinting in the sun. My hand shook as I reached for the handle. The door beeped as it unlocked. And then I heard the sound again. Breathing. Right behind me. I spun so fast I nearly lost balance. But the road was empty. The roadside pines stood still. Dust drifted lazily in the air. Nothing, no one was there. But the sound hadn't been imagined. It had been close. Loud enough that I felt it on the back of my neck. A human exhale. I climbed into the truck and slammed the door. I locked it immediately and started the engine. My hands fumbled on the wheel as I reversed, tires crunching on gravel. I pulled onto the road and drove faster than I should have. The truck rattled over every rut. Branches scraped the sides. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror. Nothing followed. When I hit the main paved road, I forced myself to slow down. My breath came in harsh bursts, fogging the interior even in the dry heat. I kept checking the mirror, checking it again, waiting for someone to step out onto the road behind me. Nothing. By the time I got back to town, the sun had dipped low, turning the sky cold. I parked in the lot behind my motel and just sat there, gripping the wheel until my knuckles whitened. I knew I needed to look at the footage. I needed to understand what had happened. But part of me didn't want to see what the cameras had captured. I brought the gear inside, locked the door, and drew the curtains closed. The room smelled faintly of bleach and old carpet. I turned on the brightest light. I started with the handheld. The last clip matched what I remembered, the shape behind me, the abrupt blur. Nothing clear enough to identify. The earlier footage, the silhouette near the granite outcroppings, looked even stranger now. Too upright. Too smooth. Like a person, but off. And too close behind me. I switched to the primary camera, the one that had clicked on by itself on the ridge. My throat tightened as I opened the file. The screen showed me standing in the basin, then turning sharply toward the north ridge. For a few seconds, the camera stayed steady. Then something stepped into the frame. A figure. Human height. Blurred at the edges, as if the lens couldn't decide where to focus. It didn't walk. It didn't sway. It slid, barely touching the ground, stopping 10 feet behind where I was standing. The autofocus flicked toward it. Once. Twice. 3 times. The figure stood perfectly still. And then, so faintly I almost missed it, it leaned forward just a fraction, like it was studying me. The camera clicked off abruptly. The timestamp matched the moment I'd felt that pressure between my shoulder blades. I closed the laptop and sat there for a long time, breathing slowly, thinking about the basin, the silence, the way the cameras caught what my eyes couldn't. I could tell myself the same rational explanation as before. Someone was out there. Someone messing with me. But no person moves in silence down granite slopes. No person shows up on sensors without showing up in sight or sound. And no person stands inches outside a camera's focal range as if the equipment itself refuses to define them. I left Granite Hollow before sunrise the next day. And I haven't gone back.